So Jean, let me begin with you. And if you would start by telling us how American Rescue Plan funding has been invested in Indian country. How's the federal government gone about ensuring that the funds are actually invested to meet the needs of tribal communities?
Well, thank you. And listen, we have all been part of three, or several of us have been part of three administrations. But I do think it really says something that President Biden believes so strongly, which he tells all of us every day, which is passing the legislation. You don't get to just congratulate yourself then. If it doesn't reach the people it's intended to do, you have not succeeded. And that is why this administration, more than anyone, has focused on implementation and focused on the outreach. Now, what we calculate now, that $32 billion has gone directly to tribal governments. $32 billion. Now, that's the $20 billion from the state, local, and tribal fund, which is the most significant, what we've spent the most time. But it's been $6 billion on the Indian Health Services. It's been $1.2 billion for child care. There's about as much money has gone on emergency rental assistance as went to the whole country under the previous, after the Great Recession. So I could go on through the different amounts, but it includes, $500 million for the Housing Assistance Fund, another $500 million for the Indian Housing Block Grant, $500 million for education for schools. This has been extremely significant. And the one thing I really just want to stress is these are the funds that have gone to you all in responsibility directly. It does not count the amount that just went to individuals. And I have to mention one area because it's one that I think we're all proud of. The Enhanced Child Tax Credit, $3,000, fully refundable regardless of income for every child 6 to 17, and $3,600 under 6 years old has been a game changer. It is a shame that poverty, child poverty in Indian country was at over 15%. It is under 7.5% because of this. It was cut in half. Child poverty was cut in half in 1 year by the child tax credit. And that is not even counted in the $32 billion. So Susan, I could go on more because there's a lot in the $32 billion. And, I want to, I think as it continues, talk a little about the flexibility. But the only thing I just want to say in advance of that is these were all brand new things. When we did changes, flexibility, this wasn't stuff we invented around a table. This was because we were doing outreach and nobody was being shy in telling us what was going wrong, what were the obstacles. And so the things that were fixed were not some ingenious work of our policy councils. It was from reaching out and listening and where we could within the law, making the adjustments we could. But I think we'll talk about that in more detail later.
Thank you, Jean. I'd like now to ask President Gravel and Chair Brigham to give us a sense from your perspective of how these ARP funds have impacted your communities and what challenges have you faced in accessing and spending these funds. We really want to understand not just the pluses, but the minuses so that we can work to address them more effectively. So please, if you would, beginning with please go ahead.
Thank you, Susan. And for Bay Mills Indian community, the story is a story that was felt by every tribal leader here today. And I want to take a moment to congratulate all of you for getting through the COVID-19 pandemic. In the face of the unknown and all of the fears that we had to endure on our council, protecting our people, not knowing what was coming next, when ARP came down, it was after tribes had experienced an economic collapse because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And when we were examining the American Rescue Plan Act funds, we really wanted to look at where had we failed previously in that economic collapse, what could we do differently moving forward, and how we could utilize that money to make the appropriate investments so that we could secure our future, so that if there's ever another pandemic, and I hope there never is, we would be prepared again so that we wouldn't face that type of devastation. And so we used the money in order to make critical infrastructure upgrades in our health center, purchase the appropriate equipment necessary so that we wouldn't be lending equipment from IHS or borrowing equipment from other tribes. We made investments into housing because we found that you can't really isolate with multi-generational families in a single home or sharing a single bedroom. We needed to make critical upgrades to our water and sewer infrastructure so that people were able to stay clean and wash their hands. And so when we received those funds, we took a critical look at what happened in the pandemic and then wanted to make those sufficient upgrades. And we did that by collecting all of our governmental departments and asking them what their needs were. Where did you see those failures? How could we find improvements? What could we invest this money in that would make our tribe better and service our people better well into the future? And we were able to create a strategic plan with that in implementing a lot of infrastructure upgrades. Bay Mills is a construction zone now because of the ARP funds. You can't turn a corner without seeing some type of infrastructure development taking place, which is the blessing of these funds and what we've been able to utilize with it.
Thank you so much. President Gravel, please tell us about your experience.
Okay, first of all, too, I want to say, look at everybody and say, we are survivors. We survived. Yes, we did. And because of the pandemic, this is a lot of history kind of repeating itself, but the pandemic helped us draw ourselves together to figure out what the next steps are on how we are going to survive. I mean, the funding helped us with our home, people who couldn't go to work, who couldn't go to pay their rent, who couldn't pay their bills. I mean, we did a lot of things. We provided services for those who were in need of it. And we were very grateful for the funding that we received because we didn't have to make things worse. We were trying to make things better. And one of the things that we did after surviving, we started looking at what we need to do to move forward. And so one of the things we're looking at doing is looking at our wastewater treatment center for the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. All our wastewater goes to the city of Pendleton, and we pay a huge fee for that happening. And so when we get our own wastewater treatment, we'll be able to operate ourselves. And we're not looking at it to make money. We're looking at it to provide services to our tribal community. The other thing is we're looking at a wellness center. We found that, community involvement, community participation is something that we really need. And we've always needed it. But now with the funding, we're going to do the planning that is needed. But the concerns we have is the time frames. We've got a lot of things that we got to get done within the next 2 years. And obligating it and spending it are something that we are very concerned about. So I'm just going to say we would support an extension simply because we're going to do our best, but we may not be able to make the time, and we sure don't want to give you the money back.
Jean, could you tell us, what do we do about these deadlines?
So I think all of us who are dealing with the implementation, we love our laws, but we also know we are confined by legislation at times. And so I think whether you're Mitch or John or I or Susan, you are trying to look for where you have administrative flexibility, and that's where we've been able to do the most positive things. There are a couple of places in the law where we are limited by the law itself, and in those cases we want to do whatever we can to work through it, but we're willing to support things. So for example, the emergency rental assistance, many people would like an extension. That requires legislation. I will say without ambiguity, I support that extension. I think you do need more time on the emergency rental assistance. On the issue you're talking about, just to, we won't go too much in the weeds, but just to say the following. You have to obligate the funds by the end of 2024. That is in the law. But it doesn't have to be actually liquidated or spent to the end of 2026. So I think what we have to do, on the assumption that we won't be able to extend the law, is work with you all as well as possible on meeting that obligation deadline by the 24th. So I really want to make clear, if you have obligated that funds to that contractor who's building that by the end of 2024, you have 2 more years to actually spend down the money. So I think what this means is that us and you and Treasury Department need to do whatever we can to get that obligation done by the end of 2024, and then you have 2 more years to actually spend down the funds. So, again, we should work together within the existing law, and if we see an opportunity for extension, then legislative extension, that's harder, but we can try.
Jean, Jean, give everybody your email address, because I'm sure that there are others with the same concern. Let me turn now to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, and my colleagues, Mitch and John. And if you could just begin, Mitch, by telling us, and then John the same, how the infrastructure law resources will or could be invested in Indian country. What are the biggest opportunities out there, and how can tribes best avail themselves of these resources so that they can transform their communities?
Madam Ambassador, thank you so much. And it's so great to be with all of you. Anytime I walk into this building, I come with a great sense of gratitude because it's one of the departments that just has a big heart. And primarily because of my incredible friend, Deb Holland, who I love, who I've had the opportunity to travel with. And Deb, thank you for your leadership, and thanks for having me here today. When we talk about the bipartisan infrastructure law, when it was originally passed, other than the American Rescue Plan that Jean just talked about today, we had not yet passed the Inflation Reduction Act, nor had we passed the CHIPS bill. When you look at all 4 of them together as one big idea, it really is President Biden's commitment to America to build from the bottom up and the middle out, and as Susan said, with a lens on equity to not leave anybody behind. And within that framework, the most exciting thing about the idea of this being a once-in-a-generation opportunity, it's got 2 parts to that. One, we haven't done it in a long, long time. The last time that we did anything this big was FDR, or maybe Eisenhower. So in that sense, it's a once-in-a-generation event, but it's also only a once-in-a-generation opportunity because, as Jean said, some of this stuff is circumscribed by time, which means we have to get after it. The second thing is that since I've been here, I have just been overwhelmed in a wonderful way by the President's commitment, by the nation-to-nation relationship that he committed to the tribal nations. And I think that all of you would agree with me that he has lived up to that word. I know that he came yesterday. He actually, I thought, gave a fantastic speech about it. And this president has put his money where his mouth is in all of these bills. The one that I'm responsible for helping implement in partnership with all of the folks on is the infrastructure piece. So this is $1.2 trillion, all right? It's roads, bridges, airports, ports, waterways, high-speed internet. So as the president said, there doesn't need to be a young child on tribal land sitting there not having access to her future because she doesn't have the technology to do the work that's necessary. Clean air, clean water, and then a new clean energy economy. That's the breadth of the bill. Now, when Congress passed this bill, it gave some of the money to the governors, and everybody that lives in states that have governors, that would be everybody, has to access some of the funds that way, and everybody can do that. But it's also true that he created a competitive side of this program. And in both of these areas, one of the things that the president fought really hard for was to make sure that there were a specific amount of money set aside just for tribal communities. And as Susan said in her opening, that's $13 billion. $3 billion has already been announced. So we've been in business 1 year. We have pushed $185 billion out, $3 billion to tribal communities. And of course, there's a tranche of that left because this is a 3, 5, 7-year program. Just a couple of things, $578 million has already been announced for roads and bridges. 212,000 households have already signed up for the Affordable Connectivity Program. Getinternet.gov. Anybody can get it. If you live in anywhere below 200% or below the poverty level, basically high-speed internet is free. We have to lay fiber optic cable all across the country, and the Department of Commerce and Gina Raimondo's team is working on that, and we're helping coordinate that in partnership with Secretary Haaland and Secretary Vilsack in the Department of Agriculture. Just this week, we announced $130 million for the relocation of 11 tribes that I think that many of you saw announced, and $70 million again this year for tribal broadband. So our team and the teams here are actually getting out there, making it happen, and make sure that we're as accessible to you. I've done a number of different meetings with Deb and the tribal communities to make sure that you know how to access the work that we have. We've produced a document at build.gov, and within that document there is a specific set-aside that's called the Tribal Playbook that has every program that's available to all tribal communities. One of the ones that you mentioned earlier that I'm really, all of them I'm interested in, but in the Department of Health and Human Services, there's $3 billion that's dedicated to funding sanitation services in tribal communities across the entire land, which we think may not be completely sufficient, but it is close to 100% of what it is that we need. So we continue to look forward to working with all of you, and I'll be happy to answer questions as we get into the second portion of the day.
Thank you, Mitch. John?
Thanks, Susan. And it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be in Secretary Haaland's house. So how fitting it is to have this conference here. Well, the Inflation Reduction Act is simply the largest investment to advance clean energy, to tackle the crisis of climate change, to promote environmental justice, and to cut consumer costs that's ever passed the United States Congress. It was a commitment the President made from day one. As Mitch noted, it was part of an overall economic strategy to rebuild this country, to do it with equity and justice at the heart of the set of ideas that were in the program. And unlike the other two bills, it took a long time to get done. The bill sort of died 100 deaths before finally passing in August of this year. But when it did pass, as I said, it's the largest commitment to dealing with the crisis of climate change, which I think everyone in this room is already feeling and experiencing, from the 1,200-year historic drought in the Southwest to the loss of coastal resilience in the Northwest, in the Gulf, in Alaska Native villages. It has programs that have direct grant money that go to tribes, loan programs, and tax provisions. And I want to just say a little bit of word about the last in a second. But it's intended to benefit communities that have often been overlooked, with particular emphasis on tribes. There's a number of, like the bipartisan infrastructure law, there's a number of provisions in the law, $700 million in funding. I used to think $379 billion was a lot of money until I sat with these guys who are spending $2 trillion and $1.2 trillion. But there's $700 million in direct funding for tribes from programs on tribal resilience, including fish and hatchery operations that Susan mentioned, money to a rebate program to electrify homes in Indian country, $150 million to provide clean electricity to people who have no electricity, who still are suffering from energy poverty, $12.5 million of direct drought assistance relief for the effects of the current drought. There's, the bill will support over $20 billion in Indian country of loans to do energy projects. But I think the difference between the IRA and the other bills we've been talking about is the bulk of the money is really running through the tax code with provisions to provide support for both individuals and businesses and tribes to support the build-out of clean energy infrastructure, to create the jobs that go along with that. And that's a little bit different, I think, than the normal relationship that the federal government has. It's going to require, I think, a lot of, it provides a lot of incentive to invest in Indian country. There's a 10% bonus on, for example, clean power projects, wind, solar, geothermal, that are built in Indian country. 10%, maybe that doesn't sound like much, but on a $100 million project, that's $10 million. On a $1 billion project, that's $100 million. So those incentives, both for developers who work with tribes and for the tribes themselves, are very strong, very important. And the other feature of the law is something, it's for those of you who are used to trying to particularly develop projects in Indian country, there's something called direct pay, which is the government will provide direct support in advance of any tax obligation to that comes after the project's online and for example, generating power. So I think I will just close with one thing. These are sort of different kind of programs. They're going to really require a different level of commitment by both the government and by tribal governments to be able to get the technical expertise to access these financing mechanisms through the tax code, and we want to design them in a way that where we're hearing from you, we're working closely with the Treasury Department in issuing guidance, and then we want to provide the direct assistance to make sure that those programs are reaching the intended recipients to build that core sense, as I said, of equity and justice across the country.
Thank you very much, John. I'd like now to turn back to Chair Brigham and President Gravel to tell us where you see the greatest potential for your communities to leverage, particularly the infrastructure resources, and then when the IRA opportunities become more accessible. Where do you see the opportunities, and what do you see as potential challenges? President Gravel, let me start with you this time.
Well, during the pandemic, we had closures, we had schools down. We also found out that we didn't have broadband. I mean, we have, even before the pandemic, we didn't have cell phone in a number of areas. I mean, we had tribal fisheries or habitat workers who would be down in the valley, and then they'd have to walk to the top of the hill to call back to the office. And so, but with the pandemic, we found out that our students were not able to get on the internet. We had health services that were not able to connect to each other. And so we put in a request, and we actually got a $15.5 million broadband approved. And so we're working hard to implement that now. And again, we got 2 years to get it done. But at the same time, we're going to work really hard to get it done, but, you know, to provide internet for 342 homes on our reservation. That's a major accomplishment. I mean, that's not all the homes by any means, but that's an accomplishment where these homes never had internet at all. So we're looking forward to implementing this project so we can provide that broadband. Now, when it comes to looking at all the other funding sources that are out there, as a lot of the people in the audience know, First Foods is a priority, and many of us have different first foods, but at the same time, there are traditional foods. And our salmon for the Pacific Northwest is one of our first foods. And we have been working really hard for decades to try to rebuild the salmon. And one of the things that was done when 1938, the Bonneville Dam was built, said we're going to build a hatchery to mitigate the loss. And then we had several dams built on the Columbia River who were going to mitigate. In the beginning, those hatcheries were looking at how many fish do we release from this hatchery. They weren't looking at the survival. They were not looking at how many were returning. And then we finally got that turned around. But now we're looking at hatcheries that need O&M, big time. A $1 billion cost to upgrade these hatcheries in the Columbia River. And if these hatcheries were upgraded so that they could meet the requirements of mitigation that was there, then our salmon in the Columbia River would be better off. We're working really hard to improve salmon survival. We have technicians, we have people now who can help us do that. So, but the hatchery mitigation funds is very important. The other thing that we're working on is energy. CTUIR is working on an energy plan. We're going to review it every 5 years. And in this plan, we're looking at what's there, what's possible, what do we need, how does it protect the natural resources, how does it follow Tamanwa tribal law, and how does it fit with our comprehensive plan? So we're not looking at just power because we need it. We're looking at power as to how it is going to protect our environment and be affordable to our tribal community. So there's a lot of plans being done, and we definitely need help. And we're really pleased that the federal agencies are talking to each other about how do we meet the trust responsibility of the tribes. And so all of the people in the audience can remember when we couldn't get 2 federal agencies in a room. So it's great now to see the federal agencies talking to each other to how do we meet this trust responsibility to the tribes. And so we want progress just like you. We're not afraid of being accountable, and we want to move forward. So those are just a lot of things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Brigham.
Thank you, and I'm so excited for the Inflation Reduction Act. I have a lot of ideas for you. And I think it's important to start that, climate change is an indigenous issue, and that's because our lifeways are interwoven into the landscape. And so we rely on those relationships with the land and the water and those natural resources. And so as a result of COVID as well, when we were creating that strategic plan for the future, Bay Mills Indian community wanted to really focus on how can we pursue renewable energy. We installed our very first solar panels on our Boys and Girls Club, and we're going to be installing solar panels on 2 more facilities with solar power battery backup. So when we experience a power outage, those facilities will still be able to run. And we also recently received a Clean Bus Energy Grant from the EPA. So our Ojibwe Charter School will have the first electric school bus on reservation and be able to transport in that way. But when I look at the IRA, I hope that there's a focus on empowerment of tribes in the implementation of the funds, not only technical assistance in finding the funds so that we can implement those programs, but the technical assistance on the ground. If we want to build a solar power farm array, do we have the necessary training in our staff or our workers so that they can manage that facility? Can we complete energy audits so we understand what is the most efficient energy resource, whether it be wind or solar, for our community? Do we have the ability to enter into power purchasing agreements with local electric companies as we pursue renewable energy? So it's a wonderful start. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic, but we do need some assistance in being able to pursue these projects for our nations as well.
Great, thank you so much. I want to open it up to questions in about the 17 minutes we have left, and as we do, I hope, Mitch, you and Jean will weave into your responses, as I know you will, the kinds of administrative flexibilities and best practices that you all are employing to make it easier for tribes to access these resources. And I'd like to ask Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Wizapan Little Garrett, Wizzy, thank you, to identify folks and bring us the questioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Takes a while to come on board. Same thing as yesterday. Ask that you state your name, your tribe, and keep the question comment as quickly as possible so that we can get to as many folks as possible. But I see Chairman Ron Allen right there in the back has his hand up.
Thanks, Weezy. I know how you feel now. So Ron Allen, Chair CEO for the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe, small tribe out in western Washington State. I chair the Self-Governance Advisory Committee with Department of Interior and also over in IHS as well. And I'm also active on the Budget Committee with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. For me, I want to put this into perspective with the domestic policy. So today, the federal government provides for Indian country about $28 billion across all the federal Indian programs. The need of Indian country is annually. The need of Indian country is north of 250 billion, maybe 300. How do we bridge that gap for Indian country to be at the same level, have the same opportunities for our communities and peoples as mainstream America? It is economic development. The federal government doesn't have the trillions more that are out there. Yes, we appreciate the REPA monies. Yes, we appreciate the Inflation Reduction Act. Yes, we appreciate the infrastructure money. But the question of the day is, how do you get those monies to us in a way that helps us build our economies? Today, in the BIA alone, just the roads maintenance program is $400 million in arrears. We got potholes that we can go into and come out the next day. That's a Pine Ridge joke, you know. But so the point here is that we're asking of you, how got infrastructure money? How do we get those monies out there so it's not just roads and bridges? It is broadband and getting those monies out there. Yes, you have broadband monies out there. We appreciate that. The Inflation Reduction Act and climate change, and we got climate change in all kinds of different pockets in the different agencies. How do we get those monies to us timely? I would challenge you in terms of how you can move the money quicker. I know right now, with regard to monies right now, many of these departments and agencies don't have a fluid, flexible capacity to get the money to us in a timely manner. BIA has been doing a great job of doing it better. IHS over in the HHS doing it as well, getting it to us. There are vehicles that you can get those monies in there. Maybe you need to start thinking outside the box to transfer money. If you don't have the contracting capacity, then get your act together to collaborate with your agencies. Department of Interior knows how to do it. Department of HHS with IHS knows how to do it. So we need to get the resources to us. We're in the trenches. You want to solve these problems? You want to enhance our economy and restore our economy to where we want it to be, get through the inflationary problem we have right now, then we're a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean, and then Mitch.
Well, that's a bigger question than I can take, and I would think the secretary, who's not on the panel, would be the most expert. But I do want to make one important point, though, to know that the president is listening, which is the $20 billion program we're talking about. Let's just be clear on one thing, and Mitch will verify this as a former mayor. All of the previous recovery acts went to states and then maybe 100 and 150 cities. That's it. And you had to kind of try to get money from other places. The $20 billion went directly to, in fact, Treasury used the broadest definition that the Secretary gave them, which ended up being over 570, directly got funds so that so that everyone had the ability not to have to come and beg a state government or something for funds, but to directly have those funds and directly start planning in a way that fit those, your local and specific needs. Now, there were some restrictions, but where there were, again, this goes to the administrative flexibility. We heard right away you needed broader definitions on broadband. That we were able to do within the law. Broader definitions on sewers. You came and said, don't have one-size-fits-all reporting requirements. Why would you make a small tribe have the same reporting requirements as a big American city with millions of people? So we changed that from quarterly to annual. We worked out an alternative to the single audit. We decided, because why have the presumption that you have to prove that you're in a low-income area or you were disproportionately affected? Made all of those things automatic. So, the one thing I will say is that this is the first time we've ever done that. And so a lot of things happening now were both great, historic, and they were flawed at the same time. And that's what we have to work on. These were historic things, but because they were the first time, that's what makes them special, and that's what means that we have to learn the lesson. But I will say on the economic development side, I want to give a little shout out to Commerce Department here. When we had our big $1 billion Build Back Better Regional Development Challenge, 15 of 60 of the finalists were from tribal governments or indigenous communities. 15 of 60. 11 of the 32 winners of the Good Jobs Challenges also. So there really was, on the economic development side and the main tools we had, a real desire to work together and a desire to give as much autonomy and flexibility, not just to tribal governments as a whole, but to each and every one. So I think we got a lot right in the way you're saying, but I also think we inevitably have a long way to go.
Mitch, do you want to add anything here?
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. Every time we see the president, he says, go faster and do more, and hurry up. He says hurry the hell up, but he says don't tell anybody that he says that. But in any event, I was from New Orleans, and we had 17 feet of water in our city after Katrina, which caused us to bleed 40% of water out of our pipes. So we actually have potholes that you can drive in and drive out of the next day, and I filled a lot of them. But everything that you said is exactly right. We have to go faster, and we have to do better. Everybody on this dais can attest to the fact that we've conducted 16 cabinet-level meetings where every one of the cabinet secretaries that you spoke about talked to each other about how they can work better and faster together to get money directly to tribal communities. Every one of the departments has a tribal liaison. Deb helps lead that effort on behalf of the federal government. And of course, there's some agencies that do more direct contact with tribal communities than others, but every one of them is in the fight every day. We've already pushed out $185 billion. $13 billion of that money, as I said, was directly directed to the tribal communities, and we're always trying to go better because we know that if we get it in your hands, and we know if the plans that are made in consultation with you, the economic growth and development that you're talking about, that may not completely close that gap. Congress is going to have to deal with that, actually gets you in a much better position than we have been. This is, again, a once-in-a-generation opportunity. So, Susan, to your question about ways we have to continue to work together, communicate. You also, outside of the tribal community, talk to your states about the plans that they're putting together, Madam, about high-speed internet, where they're going to lay it, how they're going to do it. Secretary Raimondo is leading that effort through the Department of Commerce and in partnership with the FCC and Interior and the USDA. The same thing is true about water rights as well and reclamation, which Deb's team is doing an unbelievable job. And we understand it, we know it, we agree with you, and that's why we're working as hard as we can to get the money to you as fast as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add something real quick?
Please do.
I just want to add, each, like you're saying, and I'm really glad that you're recognizing that each of us are different, because some of us have the staff and we're able to sit down and work with you and tell you this is what we need, this is what, on some issues, and some of us don't. And therefore, when you tell us we need this information, we gotta hire somebody. We have to find somebody who can help us help ourselves. Because we all know that, state and federal rules sometimes just don't apply to us. And so having that flexibility is going to be really important in recognizing who you're working with and how much knowledge and how much technical people we do have on board.
Thank you, Chairwoman Brigham. And Wizzy, back to you.
Great. Next question. Who has their hands up? Let's get someone over here from this side, in the middle here.
Dennis Robinson, President of the Cowallingan Tribe of Unalaska. You talk of broadband and laying fiber, but the state of Alaska has over 120 tribes that will not get broadband through fiber. And we can do it with a fraction of the cost of fiber with satellite and still have 5G speeds available to us, but we can't seem to get the money out to be able to accomplish that. And like I said, we have 120 tribes that will probably not have broadband anytime soon unless it's put in with by satellite.
Can I respond to that? You're exactly right. What's going on right now, Congress mandated that each state actually map out and put a plan together and then present it to us. They didn't want to send any money out until the mapping had been done appropriately and, as Susan said before, equitably. So every program that we're talking about is a direction to the governor or to a cabinet secretary, is that when you come back with a plan, you better make sure that you cover everybody in every way. Every one of the state plans is being put together right now. Alaska will present its plan to us in the next couple of months. The FCC will look at that. There will be a chance for folks to challenge it, to make sure that they actually got everything right, not only from a technology point of view, but also from a connection point of view. And you will have states, Alaska's a great example of this, where fiber is not the technology-proof mechanism to do that, and you can do it through satellite. So we're waiting for the governor's plan. I hope that you guys are informing what the state is doing in that regard, because one size doesn't fit all across the country.
I think you really need to look at the FCC plans, because we developed our plan and we had to prove there was this area.
Yeah.
There was no service area.
That's correct.
What they were able to say, there's 10 homes in this area. We serve one, and therefore they provide service for this area.
Right.
Which is not adequate. So FCC rules need to be a little bit reviewed to see, because that means 9 out of those 10 homes do not provide service, and they're saying we cover them.
Well, the point that she made is exactly why Congress said that before we push the money out, we want to see a plan that fixes that particular problem. So the FCC is running the mapping process right now in partnership with the Department of Commerce. When all of those maps are forwarded to us, everybody's going to have a chance to look at them and object. Then once we sign off of them, every state will receive the next day, within a reasonably short period of time, $100 million to actually start the build-out. But they have to get the mapping done, which is what they're in the process of doing. And then, of course, the probability of using satellite in places where you cannot physically lay fiber is always on the table.
Thanks, Mitch. I think we have time for one more question. Wizzy?
We're ready for our next one.
One last question.
One last one. Let's go to the middle here, and we have right in the back is his hand up, right there in the middle. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Manuel Hart, Tribal Chairman for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. I'm also the Chairman for the 10 tribes on the Colorado River Basin. So when we talk about infrastructure for water, some of these tribes haven't even got their water rights quantified. So how are we going to expedite some of this to get this moving so tribes can have water and equity of it to get it to each one of the tribe and their needs? Also, we have on Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Reservation, we expand into 3 states. So when we look at our BIA roads, it's probably about 600 miles of road, and I only get allocated $1 million, and that's not even enough, and that barely takes care of snow removal. But just some concerns. Each tribe has a different soils. Our soils are expansive soils, and when you build homes, you have to put pillars into them, and sometimes it's hard to even estimate the cost of infrastructure, housing, because your construction costs for material has really skyrocketed. Your labor costs have gone up. So with the money that's being allocated by Congress, wholeheartedly, we appreciate it. But this is just the tip of the iceberg for everybody across the country. You deal with 50 states. Sometimes we have pass-through dollars that come through states, and they eventually get to tribes. But putting money just straight toward the tribes without going through a middle person is better, because 50 states is okay, but you have 574 recognized tribes in this country, and you need to prioritize how you're going to meet the needs of these tribes, because they're really behind on infrastructure, about 60 years or more. Thank you.
I'll just say amen to that. You need more, we need more money. The more direct allocation is always better. I'll just quickly say to you, sir, there are people in this building who are much more capable of answering the water rights issue, but I was out at the Hoover Dam not long ago, and especially in the Colorado Basin, we got major water issues in the country. The Bureau here is leading that effort and working on that as we go.
Just quickly, I just want to stress that one of the flexibilities that we gave in the state-local plan was that you have almost complete flexibility with revenue loss, and we did what we called the standard deduction. If you got 10 million or under, you had complete flexibility, and that went directly to 579 tribal governments and tribal bands. So that was, so that funds can be used for anything, and that has gone directly and is under the discretion. And I know and that includes broadband, and I imagine you might have been using the American Rescue Plan funds for that. And I have to do one last thing, which is just hold up the tribal recovery report that was done by Treasury Department, and I wanted you to see it because it highlights a lot of the great work and innovative projects been done. And I also want to hold it up because it's supervised by Chief Lynn Malerba, the first Native American treasurer of the United States in the history of the United States, whose signature will now be on all the currency going forward.
Let me just ask before we wrap up if any of the other panelists would want to say anything. Please.
When I was asked to be on this panel, I thought, wow, that was pretty cool. But I look out here and all of us have a story. Every single one of us have a story, and we need to tell it.
Thank you. President Gravel, anything you want to say?
I just want to thank all of the tribal leaders who are here today. I agree with Chairwoman Brigham. We do have a story. We should tell our story so that we can help our people, and we should never quit telling our story. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you all.
I just want to say one word, reflecting on what the president said earlier and what the first question was, which is, I think the whole theory of these, we talk about them as bills and programs and money and this and that. It's all about a development strategy, about trying to get to the tribal base, the community base, create a plan, and the challenge for us is how the federal government can organize itself then to support what the president was saying, basically to sync up, to provide the technical and resources, and then the money will flow. But in the end of the day, it's not just about grants and money, it's about developing better lifestyles and bringing equity into the country across both Indian country and into disadvantaged communities across America. So I think that's where we need to go. And I look forward to getting your ideas.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your participation. I want to thank our panelists, John Podesta, President Gravel, Chairwoman Brigham, Gene Sperling, Mitch Landrieu. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome to the stage Shalonda Young, the Director of the Offices of Management and Budget.
I'm sorry, they gave you no break. I apologize. All right, if we're ready. All right. Well, it is an honor for me to be here with you today. I want to thank our host, the Secretary Haaland, who I've had the pleasure of getting to know these last 2 years. She was one of the first colleagues I told I was expecting a little girl last year. In Senate confirmations, I was about 2 or 3 weeks pregnant, and I waited to tell my colleagues until I was a few months along, and she was one of the first people I told. And she promptly cried because she loved being a mother so much, and she promptly then made me cry in return. And we were at a public restaurant, so she will forever hold a special place for me, and she may have also thrown me a little baby shower in this building. So you have the best advocate, the best teacher for the rest of the cabinet and the administration on Indian country issues, and just a great overall person. So I want to thank Secretary Haaland for hosting all of us here today. Now on to OMB. When I address groups, I typically use this portion of my remarks to explain what OMB is, but I get to skip that today because many of you have been on our many tribal consultations, and I know you know exactly what we do. You've guided many of our ideas on federal investments, and I'll go over many of those later, but I want to thank you for being engaged, and I wanted to be here today because those have really been invaluable to me as we look at investments with the President's budget. So thank you for all you've done for us. You've already heard directly from the boss. The President has told you what his commitments are to Indian country. As the person responsible for making sure his values are reflected in his budget, I want you to know we are on the job at OMB to make good on those commitments you heard from the President. He has been clear from day one, we stand with Indian country. And as this summit makes clear, he has a bold vision to do 3 things: to uphold the U.S.'s trust responsibility to tribal nations, to strengthen the nation-to-nation relationship between the United States and Indian tribes, and to support tribal nations as they govern their own communities and make their own decisions. OMB works day in and day out to make sure the Biden administration's commitment to you become a reality. And tribal consultation and engagements like this summit are integral to ensuring we remain laser-focused on issues that affect you and tribes across the country. In my time at OMB, we've held 5 tribal consultations. We view these as important opportunities for us to listen to you so that we can really understand how federal programs work, not how we think they work, but how they're actually working, and also how funding is being deployed to Indian country. And we make adjustments based on what you've told us. Today, I'd like to highlight 3 things you directly had impacts on and how we do business. First, we listen when you asked us to shift mandatory funding to Indian Health Service. And that's exactly what the President requested in his latest budget, just as he promised you he would. Indian Health Service needs a consistent source of funding, just like every other entitlement healthcare program in this country. By the way, I was a former staff director of the Appropriations Committee. If you got me to believe it was the right thing to remove things out of the Appropriations Committee to mandatory, you really are one of the most fearsome advocacy groups around. It really is the right thing to do, and you have my total support in getting that done. That's what it will take to improve and expand quality health care across Indian country. Second, we listened when tribes said they needed larger investments that support tribal self-determination. That's why the President's budget also included $4.5 billion for the Department of Interior's tribal programs, a $1.1 billion increase above 2021. These resources would greatly improve the Department of Interior's work to empower tribal nations by supporting land consolidation, addressing public safety concerns raised by tribal leaders, and recognizing what is working well for Indian country by supporting expansion of the Tawahe Initiative, which is focused on prosperity and resiliency in tribal communities. Overall, the President's 2023 budget requested over $31 billion in discretionary and mandatory investments for tribal communities. That's the single largest annual investment in tribal nations in history. And it's on top of the significant investments. You heard many of my colleagues just speak on the last panel from the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Inflation Reduction Act. And we think, and I hope you see the difference those dollars are making. I want to thank Secretary Haaland and Secretary Becerra for their partnership and the initiatives I just spoke of. They have been champions of these, which makes our job at OMB easier. Last but not least, we listen when tribal leaders ask that OMB establish a tribal advisor position. Earlier this fall, I was proud to be the first director of OMB to create a position like this, and just as proud to appoint Liz Carr, a citizen of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians, to serve in this role. That means that not only is OMB listening to tribes through tribal consultation process, we are taking action. And I don't have to ask you to do this, I know you will hold our feet to the fire. But we also have a dedicated voice just down the hall from my office who is from a tribal community and whose entire mission at OMB is to engage with you and other tribal leaders across this country and ensure that the decisions we make at OMB, this tiny little agency, many people in the country don't know sit at the nerve center of so many important decisions. Liz will be in the center of it all. So thank you for making that suggestion, and we're so happy to have her on board. The first 2 years of the Biden administration have been historic, with historic commitments in the President's budget and action on overdue policy and programmatic recommendations from tribal leaders. But we have more to do. And you have my commitment as the director of OMB that we will continue to listen, we will continue to take action, and we will continue to work hand in hand with you in true government-to-government fashion to deliver more progress moving forward. It is now my privilege to introduce the next panel of speakers for the Fireside Chat on Health. Please welcome the U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Xavier Becerra. The Director of the Indian Health Service, Rosalind So. And Chief Kirk Francis of the Penobscot Nation. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's a privilege to always be in the presence of tribal leaders, and I'm very honored to be joined on this fireside chat by Secretary Becerra, who is the 25th Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services and is the first Latino to hold this office. Prior to serving as Secretary, Mr. Becerra served as Attorney General for California, where he led the effort to save the Affordable Care Act, which includes the Indian Health Care Improvement Act. And many of us know him with his 24 years serving in Congress before becoming Attorney General. I'm also honored to be joined by Director Zoe today, who is obviously the Director of the Indian Health Service and has a long career of serving different regions in Indian country throughout her service with IHS. Director So is a member of the Navajo Nation. Thank you both for being here today. You can clap for them if you want to. As we all know, healthcare is a necessity for each of our tribal communities and the foundation of which we build everything on. If our people are in poor health, so are our nations. The Indian Health Service is the primary source of healthcare programs and funding for most tribal nations, and an essential part of the federal trust responsibility to Indian country. Yet, the IHS continues to be the only major federal healthcare program that remains subject to government shutdowns and stopgap funding. The Veterans Administration already has advanced appropriations, and appropriately so. Medicare and Medicaid already have mandatory funding, but IHS continues to be subject to annual appropriations and under constant threat of continuing resolutions, including right now. Even though we have been advocating for mandatory funding and advance appropriation for over a decade now. Unreliable and unstable funding for tribal healthcare programs can have devastating impacts on our communities. A few examples from my own tribal nation: in the purchase-referred care arena, delayed funding caused one of our citizens to not get the imaging that she needed that would have identified a life-threatening cancer at an earlier stage. Another, only due to an emergent event, was her cardiology issue identified. And delays in being able to connect our citizens to immediate inpatient substance abuse disorder treatments can be the difference between life and death. Without resources, that's often exacerbated by long-term pain management. And there are numerous tribal leaders in the audience today that I know have similar or worse situations in your communities. Indian country deserves better, and we are demanding better. I know the Biden-Harris administration is making this a priority, and that Secretary Becerra and Director So are leading the advocacy efforts on this issue within the administration. So getting right to it, Secretary Becerra, let's start with the big picture. Tell us about the administration's broad healthcare agenda.
Chief Francis, first, thank you very much for letting me join with you, along with Director So, to address some of the questions, and thanks everyone who is here, who made it to D.C. Can I just say, it's more important than you think for you to come to Washington, D.C. Obviously, it's important that you share your thoughts on issues like mandatory funding or the appropriations, getting the appropriations advanced, if we can, with regard to any funding that goes to Indian country. But more than that, it's having the presence here, because as you know, as you go to the Hill and make the rounds, it is so crucial that you be seen, that you have a physical presence. And so thank you for making the trek all the way to Washington, D.C. I hope you continue to have members of your councils, the members of your tribe make the trip with you. Numbers help as we try to advocate. So I know how tough it is sometimes to leave all your responsibilities back home, especially if you're in leadership within tribal government. So on the question more directly, Chief, President made it very clear. We and with Director Young, we discussed this at the very beginning of the Biden administration. When it came time to presenting the president's budget, what would we do? Because, as we say, budgets are a representation of your values. And so we made it, at least the HHS, we made it very clear that if we didn't have a budget coming out of the White House that mentioned not just advanced appropriations, but mandatory funding for IHS, then we're not starting on the right foot. Fortunately, we have a head of state, the President of the United States, who is there with us. And from the very beginning, this administration has said that when it comes to funding, healthcare, IHS, it has to be mandatory. And we made that push. Last year, because Congress wasn't there with us, quite there, we made the push for advanced appropriations, which isn't a dedicated, long-term, permanent, mandatory funding, but it gives you sight, longer term, 2 years, of what your funding would look like. We made the push again for mandatory funding. The votes aren't there yet. We are in better position than we were before. Now the push, of course, has to be for advanced appropriations because where we are in the budget stream. I hope you will help us make the case that we need mandatory funding. But if we can't get to mandatory funding, at least guarantee us a level of funding for IHS for at least the next year to 2 years, so there's no no chance that the folks, the members of your tribe who need their health care won't get it. And so help us get there. This is why, as I said at the very beginning, your presence is indispensable. And so thank you for having come, and now I hope you'll be able to walk the halls.
Thank you, sir. Director Zoe, the BIL was a once-in-a-generation investment. The Indian Health Service received $3.5 billion in funding for sanitation facilities construction. Can you tell us how this funding will be used and how it translates to better health?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here with you. We know that, again, this is a topic that I love. It's very near and dear to me. The $3.5 billion has been needed for many, many years in Indian country. In the role that I'm just coming from off the Navajo reservation, there are still many families, and my families and relatives, that still do not have sufficient water and sewer infrastructure. And what that means for us is that we have families that still do not have what we are entitled to or what we should be providing. This was most evident during the pandemic, where we were asking people to wash their hands and wash your hands for 20 seconds. You know, that saying was really hard for us to say that, even though we knew that that was a solution moving forward. Having said that, though, the $3.5 billion will take us a long ways. It is certainly a beginning to meet the needs of all of our tribal members and our communities throughout Indian country to improve water and sewer infrastructure. Just the first year of funding will address 71,000 families and homes on our native lands that will now have water and sewer infrastructure. That will, again, improve communities as we move forward. In the first 45 days of my appointment, I committed to visiting all 12 IHS regions, which I did. It was a wonderful experience. I had a great time just learning more about the communities. And as I move forward in this role, I remain committed to keeping my feet on the ground so I know what is happening in all of our communities. I visited the Warm Springs tribe, and they have a water treatment center that was supposed to last about 40 years, and it's 20 years into its lifespan, and it's completely needs to be replaced. Just that water treatment center alone has incredible amount of health repercussions for the entire community. What that means on a regular basis when as it's trying to keep moving forward and keep that system together means that we have to go to water boiling probably on a monthly basis. And that in itself creates health issues for all of the community. I also visited, again, the Fond du Lac tribe where, again, similarly, they needed a new water treatment center, but they have found some very creative ways in working side by side with Indian Health Service to create systems that is a temporary measure while they get their new system online. And what that does, though, is that part of my role in the IHS is bringing down barriers, not only within the Indian Health Service, but across HHS, and using all of the resources that we have to improve services to Indian country. And so by what I learned at the Fond du Lac tribe, I met with our staff and said, let's take this idea over to the Warm Springs tribe, see if there's something we can do so we don't end up creating more challenges for our people. We know that improved water sewer infrastructure will reduce healthcare visits for inpatient and outpatient. And so for those reasons, we have to continue to strive to ensure that we utilize the $3.5 billion as quickly as possible to make sure we address the needs of our people and our communities and our tribal lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. This question is also for you. You've been a part of the IHS system in different capacities over the years. How would mandatory funding help IHS achieve its mission?
Thank you. I'm going to piggyback off of what the Secretary already said. Having certainly significant, consistent, and reliable resources flowing to Indian country is very important. When we're talking about healthcare, it's incredible that we are still in the space that we are at. But it's also, remarkable of the work that we can do to collect these funds and do what we're doing to improve the lives of the people that we serve, our tribal people, our communities, and in spite of all of the challenges that we have come a long ways. So And then we have to lean on and learn from the pandemic that the resources that flowed to Indian country as a result of the pandemic forced us to really look at a different way of how we can do business. And that is just something that I lean on as we look forward and trying to figure out how can we continue to do what we're doing. We need to have mandatory or advanced appropriations for us to make sure that we're better able to plan, we're better able to address our facilities. And what we learned during the pandemic is that many of our facilities are no longer adequate for the services that we are required to provide in these facilities. So leaning on what we have learned, and if there are any concerns with the fact that we cannot utilize the additional resources that have come to Indian Health Service as a result of the pandemic, we just need to look back just a few months ago where Indian country collectively stood up against COVID-19 and that we were able to demonstrate that we can use the resources that were influxed into our healthcare system to be able to improve the lives of the people that we have, and moreover, save the lives of the people that we are trying to save. Those stories are yet to be told, but it's just incredible, commendable to our tribal leaders as I, again, travel through Indian country, just absolutely inspired by some of the commitments that I saw and the coordination and improved coordination and collaboration between the Indian Health Service and our tribal leaders. And to that, I will continue to strive and commit and encourage my staff to make sure that we are at the table when we need to be prepared and ready to work side by side with all of the tribal leaders throughout Indian country. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And Mr. Secretary, we're in the process of securing mandatory or advanced appropriations. How can tribal leaders be helpful? You touched on this a little bit in your opening.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure how much I can tell you other than to perhaps identify which offices you really need to walk to. And I see a lot of cameras, so I probably shouldn't do that. What I will simply say to you is, please don't let anyone in Congress believe that it's okay to lead to a shutdown of government and not provide for the health care of communities throughout the country. And so no one should be placed in that predicament when they have nothing to do with it. And I hope you will take the actual personal stories that you have heard back home of who gets impacted when Congress can't get its work done on the budget. And that's why it's so important. As I think Director So had mentioned before, the Veterans Administration doesn't have to worry about this. It's a direct provider of health care for our veterans. They get their money regardless of what Congress does on a budget because it's mandatory. It is by law required to be funded. There are other aspects of government that are mandatory, like Medicare and Medicaid, as the Director mentioned, which must be funded by law, regardless of what Congress does tinkering with the budget. There is no reason why the health care of anyone else in America should be put at stake simply because Congress decides to have a fight on how much to fund the other parts of government. You need to make that very clear, and you need to come in numbers, because there is no excuse for not having the votes in Congress. I can tell you as a former member of the House of Representatives for 24 years, it was a battle to get that across the finish line, principally because in the Senate you've got this filibuster vote that makes it very difficult to get the 60 votes out of 100. And so we just got to get there, and you got to be strategic in going after those members who haven't gotten off the fence and said where they will be. Please don't let people get away without giving you a direct commitment, yes or no. I say we, I was a former member, we can be very good at giving you an answer that looks like a yes, but isn't. So get the yes or get the no, so you know who's a friend and who's not.
Excellent. And maybe, Mr. Secretary, we could just touch on a little bit about the work you'll be doing in the coming year.
Yeah, I hope that we can enlist your support. I know Director So will be reaching out to you on a number of things. 988, I hope you are familiar with 988. It is the new digital lifeline that is used. Instead of having to dial a 10-digit number, if you or someone you know is in crisis, mental health crisis, suicidal, it used to be you'd have to dial the regional number, a 10-digit number, to get help. We have now turned that into a 3-digit number, just like 911 for emergencies. 988. If you or someone you know is going through a really difficult time and considering doing something the ultimate wrong, please, 988. We're out there working it. We're also making some discrete funding available within Indian country that is only for tribal governments to use to help implement 988 in their jurisdictions. You should know how that's being used. Director So can help you with that, and our team at SAMHSA will be able to help you with that. Maternal health, you must know, I hope you know by now that we're making a particular focus in Indian country and in the Black community when it comes to maternal health, because while throughout the country, because of our porous public health system, a lot of folks fall through the cracks, including women when they're pregnant. It's even worse in Indian country and in the Black community, 2 or 3 times worse in terms of the number of women who die after delivering. We are focusing on that. We have put a challenge out there for every jurisdiction, states, tribal governments, territorial governments. On Medicaid, a woman is entitled to 60 days of care after she delivers a baby. We have now said we will provide 365 days of maternal care for a woman after she delivers, postpartum care. The state just has to buy in, jurisdictions have to buy in and say, we're going to fight, we'll buy into that, and a woman will be able to get postpartum care not just for 60 days in Medicaid, but for 365 days. We hope you'll help us make sure that every woman who can will get that kind of care that she needs. And I hope you know that on the whole issue of mental health beyond 988, we are expanding our services. And so whether it is the certified community behavioral health centers that we're setting up that are 24/7 crisis care, or whether it is providing additional services for young people when it comes to mental health, we are there and we want to work with you because Congress did give us additional money. We're going to make use of it. Let's do it because we know so many people are suffering, especially our young people, are suffering through a lot of mental health crises right now. So help us get that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And obviously, this is a subject matter near and dear to all of us. It's a subject matter we could talk about all day and have a special summit just for healthcare issues. But I want to conclude my part of this fireside chat by thanking Secretary Becerra and Director So for their continued advocacy for mandatory funding and advanced appropriations for the IHS. As the Secretary said, the President's fiscal year 2023 proposed mandatory funding for the first time ever. Indian country's voice is being heard, but our fight is not done. We now have an administration on our side for this issue, but we need to get Congress to include mandatory funding and advanced appropriations in the omnibus appropriations bill being negotiated right now. The National Indian Health Board, United South and Eastern Tribes, National Congress of American Indians, and others are vigorously advocating to Congress right now, but we need more tribal voices. So before my fellow tribal leaders leave this week, I would urge each of you to reach out to Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McCarthy, Leader Mitch McConnell, to advocate for advanced appropriations to be included in this omnibus appropriations bill. Do the same to the leaders of the House and Senate Appropriations Committee. We have an opportunity to get this issue over the finish line. We just need to elevate our voices. And I would just end by saying, again, thank you to our panelists. As we were talking about earlier, the issue of mandatory and advanced appropriations sure is about the resources we need for the quality of health for people, but it's also about changing the dialogue, and words matter. And the word discretionary should never be part of this discussion when it comes to this relationship. So I thank you both for leading that advocacy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do now. Good, Chief.
Chief Atkins asked about support funding for diabetes, which, by the way, is a major illness afflicting many in Indian country, but not just in Indian country. In the Black community, diabetes rates, Latino community, very high, and we haven't done enough. But I will say to you that we know, I know as a former member of Congress, and I know as the Secretary of HHS, that our funding levels within IHS are still too low, not only for diabetes, but generally speaking. I know that Indian country has typically come every year asking the White House and Congress to raise funding for IHS and healthcare needs in Indian country to about $50 billion a year. We're barely, if we're lucky, we're going to get to about 10%, 20% of that. But I will tell you, the president's budget this year called for us to get up to close to $40 billion within the next 8 to 10 years. So we're still not able to commit even where Indian country says we need to go. But at least we have a president who's trying. You got to help him. Please help him get to where he wants to go. And on diabetes in particular, we have special programs, as you know, and you mentioned something there, Chief Atkins. We will try to go there with you. But just as you say you need the money, we need Congress to give us the money. And there's where we desperately need your help. You are very valuable being in Washington, D.C. Please don't waste the opportunity to speak to somebody. And more than anything, and I say this after having been there for 24 years, please don't walk away not knowing whether you got a commitment or not. These folks owe you a word, yes or no, especially if they say they represent you. Please get them to commit one way or the other. And I may get in trouble next time I go to the Hill and they say, I hear what you said at that summit. You know, some of you will remember, I see Mark McCarl here, Chief McCarl, and I always would say to when I had a chance to address folks that came in from Indian country, you know, we ask a lot of you all during certain periods of the year, you know, usually around November. Test us. We ask you for something, you have a right to ask us for a lot. Test us. Test those folks on the Hill. I was there. Test us. Don't let us off the hook. Get a commitment, because when we do, it'll be saving a life. It'll getting the diabetes funding you need. Test us, push us, get a commitment. But thank you very much for what you do.
Please welcome to the stage United States Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Good morning. Very pleased to join you at this year's Tribal Nations Summit. I want to thank President Biden for bringing us together today, as well as Secretary Haaland for hosting us. Secretary Haaland has been an indispensable partner to the Justice Department, and I'm so grateful for her leadership. I am honored to serve alongside her. I'm also grateful to the tribal leaders who have traveled from near and far to attend this summit. I deeply appreciate this opportunity to reaffirm the Justice Department's commitment to honoring and strengthening our nation-to-nation partnerships and to working together to keep tribal communities safe. And I want to reiterate the Justice Department's intention to approach that work with respect, humility, and sincerity. At the Justice Department, we know that open and honest dialogue is essential to fulfilling our shared goals. We welcome opportunities to hear directly from tribal leaders. We also appreciate the diversity of thought and perspectives among sovereign tribal nations. That is why the department takes seriously our duty to consult with tribes, and we are committed to making those consultations as productive as possible. This year, we held 6 formal consultations, including our 17th annual consultation on violence against women. Hosted for the very first time in Alaska, this consultation has had a record number of participants and tribal leader testimonies. We also conducted sessions to receive feedback on improving the department's longstanding consultation policy. These discussions produced recommendations for improvement, all of which were accepted and incorporated into an updated tribal consultation policy that I am proud to announce today. This marks the first update in the consultation policy since 2013. We have revised the policy to explicitly state that consultations need not be limited to one session or even one concentrated block of sessions. We heard from you that sometimes a more iterative process is needed, and we listened. We also heard feedback that tribal leaders may wish to delegate representation for formal consultations or expand representation to include subject matter experts. We have revised the policy to establish a process for such representations. I am grateful to the more than 100 tribal governments that aided our work to update the consultation policy. I am confident that these and other revisions to the policy will lead to better consultations to the benefit of tribal communities everywhere. Establishing and maintaining strong lines of communication is essential, and it is critical to our shared efforts to address disproportionate rates of violence in tribal communities. Native American families and communities have endured persistently high level of violence. Women and girls have borne the brunt of that violence, and the crisis of missing or murdered Indigenous people has shattered the lives of victims, their families, and entire tribal communities. This is unacceptable. The Justice Department is committed to partnering with tribal communities, governments, courts, and law enforcement agencies to help reduce crime and support victims. Our prosecutors and law enforcement components are an essential part of that work. In July, the Deputy Attorney General directed every one of our U.S. attorneys with Indian country jurisdiction to more proactively address both existing and emerging public safety issues in those areas. As part of that effort, each U.S. Attorney's Office with Indian country jurisdiction is working to develop new, updated operational plans that aim to better promote public safety in tribal communities. This important work is being done alongside the ATF, DEA, FBI, and U.S. Marshal Service, as well as with state, local, tribal, and territorial agencies. We expect the updated operational plans to be finalized by the end of this year. Separately, and consistent with our obligation under Savannah's Act, every U.S. Attorney's Office with Indian country jurisdiction has developed regionally tailored guidelines specific to cases involving missing or murdered Indigenous people. Moving forward, these guidelines will be reviewed and updated annually to ensure that they meet the evolving needs of tribes. The department also continues to break down barriers to criminal justice information that tribes have faced over the years. We are expanding our Tribal Access Program for National Crime Information, or TAP. This program allows tribal governments to access, enter, and exchange data with national crime information systems, including those maintained by the FBI. In September, we announced the selection of an additional 16 tribes that will participate in TAP, bringing the total to 123. During this administration, we have grown participation in TAP by 23%. And thanks to the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act earlier this year, TAP is now a permanent required program. This change will not just improve coordination with law enforcement at every level, it will help keep tribal communities safe. Data entered under TAP has resulted in the registration of convicted sex offenders, the entry of domestic violence-related protection orders, the identification and arrest of fugitives, and the prevention of firearm purchases, to name just a few examples. As the department prioritizes preventing and disrupting violence in tribal communities, we are simultaneously working to improve the assistance that victims and witnesses receive in the aftermath of crime. This year, our grant-making programs, including the Office on Violence Against Women, the Office of Justice Programs, and the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services announced more than $246 million in grants that will support public safety efforts in American Indian and Alaska Native communities. This total, an increase from the last 2 years, includes more than $116 million awarded through the Tribal Victim Services Set-Aside Formula Program. These funds will be used to serve crime victims in almost 200 tribes and villages. We also released the newest version of the Attorney General Guidelines for Victim and Witness Assistance, the first update in 10 years. Among other revisions, the new revisions provide additional guidance on how best to assist victims who are members of vulnerable populations. For the first time, this guideline specifically addresses victims from American Indian and Alaska Native communities. In addition, Marlis Big Eagle, a longtime victim services provider in the District of South Dakota, is now serving as the department's first Native American Outreach Services liaison. In that role, she will work to ensure that victims of crime have a voice during every step of the criminal justice process where the federal government has jurisdiction. The Justice Department recognizes that addressing the public safety challenges of this moment will require more than just strong partnerships with tribes. It will also require greater coordination within the federal government. We are grateful for our continued partnership with the Department of Interior. As called for by Executive Order 14053, DOJ coordinated with DOI to develop a comprehensive strategy for preventing and responding to violence against Native Americans. Now we are executing that strategy. For example, just this week, the FBI and the Bureau of Indian Affairs entered into a memorandum of understanding that updates the operational agreements between these two agencies for the first time since 1993. This MOU will strengthen information sharing processes and expand avenues for collaboration between the agencies during criminal investigations. The changes, which reflect tribal feedback, will make our investigations both more efficient and more effective. Finally, and in addition to meeting the public safety challenges facing tribal communities, the Justice Department is ensuring that its civil rights work accounts for tribal interests. Protecting the civil rights of all individuals was a founding purpose of the department. It remains an urgent priority. For example, earlier this fall, the department filed a lawsuit against the owners and operators of a hotel and bar in South Dakota for violating the Civil Rights Act of 1964 by discriminating against Native American customers. The Justice Department is working hard to make good on our commitment to improve the well-being of tribal communities. In just a few minutes, you will hear even more about that from Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta, who has been integral to our effort to support tribes. But we know that we cannot do this work without you. As we fulfill our public safety obligations to tribal communities, we promise to do so as partners. This means establishing and maintaining strong lines of communication. This means listening to you as leaders of your government and representative of your citizens. And it means incorporating your insights into our processes. I am grateful for your partnership. I am humbled by your trust, and I am honored to work alongside you as we build a better future. Thank you very much.
please welcome to the stage for a conversation on public safety and justice, Chairwoman Terry Gobin of the Tulalip Tribes, Chairman Peter Yucupicio of the Pascua Yaqui Tribe, Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta, United States Department of Justice, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, United States Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Deb Haaland, United States Department of the Interior. This discussion will be moderated by Bob Anderson, Solicitor, United States Department of the Interior.
All right. Well, welcome, everybody. It's great to be here with you today, and we've got an awesome panel to have a really important discussion. I'll get into that a little bit more, but let me start by introducing our panelists who came from farthest away, and I'll start out with Chairwoman Terry Gobin from the Tulalip Tribes. She's been there at a long time at Tulalip in many different capacities in the government, starting out as a secretary and receptionist, working in various commercial enterprises, both on and off the reservation, marina, port director, and head of the Taro office. She's currently the chairwoman, and we welcome you, Chairwoman Gobin. Next is Chairman Peter Yucupicio of Pascua Yaqui Tribe in Arizona. He's been serving the tribal government as an elected official for 6 four-year terms, 4 of them as the chairman. He's also a cultural leader within the community and brings tremendous experience with the issues that we're going to discuss today to the table. Immediately to my left is Vanita Gupta, the Associate Attorney General. She's the 3rd ranking official at the Justice Department. She oversees divisions that are really important to the Department of Interior and to Indian tribes, the Environment Division, the Civil Rights Division, and the Tax Division and the Civil Division. She's got we were chatting backstage, and Vanita, like me, has a lot of experience suing the government, and we bring that experience to our jobs every day and sort of understand the issues that are coming before our departments. So thank you, Vanita. Next is our Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. He's the first Latino and immigrant to be the confirmed Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. He's got 30 years as a distinguished practicing lawyer and in both public and private practice. He served as Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security in the Obama administration. He's an expert on human trafficking and immigration law issues. So thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for joining us today. Our last individual, I'm not sure if she's been introduced to you before, but she's my client, and I'm wonderful. It's just wonderful to be here with Secretary Deb Haaland. And Secretary, you told me not to read your long bio, so I won't. But thank you for coming, and thank you so much for hosting this wonderful event. All right, so we'll get right into the meat of it here. We all know that public safety in Indian country is a complex web of Indian treaties, federal statutes, state laws sometimes, and many, many Supreme Court decisions that conflict with each other and create an incredibly complex situation within Indian country. As of late, the last 20 and 30 years, we've come to really notice and come to terms what's been happening for a long time, the missing and murdered Indigenous persons. And I think a lot of our young people have brought this issue forward into the attention of our leadership. And a year ago at this conference, virtually, President Biden signed Executive Order 14053 that took official note from the White House of this issue and directed various departments to get to work on the important issues raised by the MMIP question. So let's get into our first question. We'll start with Secretary Haaland, AG Gupta, and Secretary Mayorkas. Tell us what your departments have done to address the MMIP epidemic. What steps you have taken in response to the President's EO? Secretary Holland?
Thank you so much, Bob. And I just, thank you, Bob. Thank you. Bob leads us so incredibly well here at the Department of the Interior. I know so many of you have known him for a very long time. Just know that he is dedicated and so incredibly smart. So thank you, Bob, for the work that you do here. I'm so proud to serve alongside you. I just want to say, and we've said this over and over again yesterday and today, it's an all-of-government approach to Indian country that President Biden has charged us with, and I just want to highlight the dedication and the commitment from both the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security to all of these issues. And so I thank you both for being here with us today to show that commitment and to speak on these important issues. So one of the most important things I think that we have done, when I was running for Congress, the missing and murdered Indigenous peoples crisis, it was not necessarily a mainstream issue. It was probably important in some communities, but it wasn't across the country. And so Sharice Davids and I worked very hard to raise that issue up with all of our colleagues in the House, and we were able to get a bill passed, and we did some other things to make sure that more people were talking about this issue. Now, here at the Department of the Interior, since April 2021, we started our Missing and Murdered Unit. It's 17 offices across 12 states. They're all staffed with investigators who are working on these cases. And to date, we have been able to solve 570 missing and murdered Indigenous peoples cases. They have solved, thank you. I said we, but obviously I'm not the one doing the hard work. It's the incredibly dedicated staff that we have in those offices. They have also solved 90 missing persons cases, or that includes 90 missing persons cases and 6 murder cases. So the Missing and Murdered Unit is working. We need to make sure that we can continue to support that unit so that it will continue to do as it is meant to do, and that is to help us make sure that our people do not go missing without a trace. So thank you, Bob. I think that's the thing I wanted to highlight.
Great. Well, thank you. Let me just start by saying what an honor and privilege it is to be in this room with all of you. Thank you so much for the leadership you provide and the moral guidance that you provide to all of us working here in the federal government every day. It's also always an honor to share the stage with the secretaries and with these amazing tribal leaders that I just had some time to spend in behind the scenes. And Bob, thank you for your partnership. So as the Attorney General said earlier today, the Department of Justice has taken great care to ensure that our efforts to advance public safety and to address the MMIP crisis are done with a kind of spirit of collaboration and cooperation with our tribal and federal partners. And we know how much work there is to do. As Secretary Holland mentioned, the Justice Department and Interior Departments work together to develop this joint comprehensive law enforcement strategy to prevent and respond to violence against American Indians and Alaska Natives, including MMIP. And we submitted a report in July that it describes our strategies and next steps. And I just want to mention a few of these highlights, and these are actions that we are hard at work implementing. First, as the Attorney General said, the FBI and DOI, the BIA's Office of Justice Services, are entering a new MOU that is being announced during this meeting that is going to really clarify the investigative roles. It's advancing and promoting training for law enforcement personnel to have experience with MMIP. It's defining best practices for resolving crimes in Indian country. And the goal of this really is to have significant reform in the kind of coordination that we do across law enforcement. and to have a sense of shared responsibility to address crimes that are occurring in Indian country, including MMIP investigations. The second thing that I'm actually proud to announce right now is that today the FBI and the Office of Justice Services from BIA are going to be embedding law enforcement officers from the unit that Secretary Hahn was just describing, the missing and murdered unit, into FBI headquarters, into the unit at FBI headquarters that is charged with investigating Indian country crimes. And having MMI experienced staff actually embedded in these teams at the inception of an investigation is going to expedite and enhance how we are able to investigate and solve these MMIP cases. The third thing I wanted to lift up was that earlier this year, the Deputy Attorney General sent a memo to each of the 94 U.S. attorneys across the country stating as a top priority the need to address the disproportionately high rates of violence experienced by American Indians and Alaska Natives, including with a specific focus on the unacceptable rates of missing and murdered Indigenous persons. And this wasn't just a declaration in words only. There were very specific directives to each of the 94 offices to basically revise the operational plans about how we investigate these cases, the time that we're taking to investigate them, to prioritize victim advocacy and safety, to address unresolved cases, including MMIP, and to combat violence against women, and then to have accountability measures to make sure that we are collecting the data that we need to truly understand the breadth and scope of this problem. And so I think, at bottom for the Justice Department, we really view this work as reflective of all that we are learning from you every day, from the consultations that we do throughout the year, from what you are telling us you need in your tribes and communities. We view you as indispensable partners. We cannot do this work without you. And we also know, something that is top of mind, and Bob alluded to this, that a recent Supreme Court decision has really corroded some of this notion of the fundamental sovereign right of tribes to determine the appropriate means for securing public safety for their people and to govern their lands, and that's the Castro Huerta decision. And we've been listening to many of you the last few weeks to understand what the operational and legal impact is, and we are continuing to evaluate how we might be able to better clarify what the issues are presented, and to ensure that we can do everything we can to honor our treaty and trust responsibilities, continue to ensure and support public safety in Native communities, and respect your sovereign powers. So.
Thank you very much. We are very proud through our Center for Combating Human Trafficking to work with the Department of Interior and the Department of Justice to advance this critical mission. But I want to take a step back, if I can, for a moment, and first express, as Vanita did, how much of an honor it is to be able to be here with tribal leaders, tribal elders, and tribal members. Secretary Haaland, thank you so much for the privilege of being here and for the invitation. One of the most important things that we are doing in executing on the President's order is actually listening and learning. I remember when I visited Montana and engaged with tribal leaders there, they expressed concerns with respect to how we in the Department of Homeland Security were engaging with the sovereign tribal nations. And in certain aspects of our work, how we lacked cultural sensitivity, understanding the practices, the history, the traditions, and the needs of tribal members. And so one of our greatest areas of focus in following up on the President's executive order is to ensure that we do perform our work with cultural sensitivity. And cultural sensitivity is a shorthand way of respecting and honoring the dignity of sovereign tribal nations. And through listening and learning, we can do the work that we do, whether it is investigative work in support of the Department of Justice and Department of Interior, or provide much needed relief and support to tribal members through our Federal Emergency Management Administration, in whatever work we do in the Department of Homeland Security. And so what we have done is we have formed the first ever Tribal Homeland Security Advisory Council, where tribal leaders will engage directly with the leadership of the Department of Homeland Security, I included, so that they impart knowledge to us with respect to how we can work best with them. And the chairman, I'm very proud to say, will be the chairman of this advisory council. And I think that is incredibly, we're incredibly proud and honored that Chairman Yucupicio has agreed to serve in that capacity. We need to do our work in a way that respects the dignity of the tribal sovereign nations that we serve. And so I think that's a very important effort that we have underway, and we look forward to executing on it. Thank you, Bob.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Let's move right on to the chairman. Chairman Yucupicio, what are some of the strategies that Pascua Yaqui is implementing to deal with public safety in general and missing, murdered Indigenous persons in general? So take it away.
First of all, good morning. Yo soy Chanewa, my language. In Spanish, buenos días. As you can see, we are trilingual, and I will tell you that from our Creator, we ask Him for permission to live, to say a few words, to come and share our soul and our heart with you. Tribal leaders, if I have your permission to go ahead and speak, then I'll be okay with that. You know, first and foremost, we have been working very hard, and we knew that it's a complicated world and things were coming. And some of our elders said, you have to get ready. And some of us didn't understand what that meant until we started facing a lot of things, whether it was COVID, whether it was jurisdictional issues, where it was agreements with some of the entities like the cities, towns, governments, all the way around us. So that started the whole thing. But, you know, first we would like to thank the Department of Justice, the BIA, Department of Interior and Homeland Security for all the support they've given to our tribe. Every turn that we've taken and everything that we've done with their guidance has been so helpful and so, I think, respectful is the word. That's how we came to be with, you know, where we're at today. We also want to and have implemented, you know, SORNA, TALOA, VAWA 2013, VAWA 2022, and restored jurisdiction. We have invested in or investigated in over 100 domestic violence cases by non-Indians against Yaqui men and women. And that's amazing when you start thinking that it took a while to understand that why are they not picking these cases? Why are they not doing this? And why is that person still on the streets and he's still walking, even though he hurt somebody? And one of the cases that, you know, I came to be because it was a relative of mine. It was a non-tribal that pulled a lady in front of the kids, dragged her around the street, and stuck a screwdriver in her chin and all the way to the back. That hurts. That hurts us as a people, as tribe, as women, as families, and you're destroying not only that family, but every single attachment to it, children, grandparents, and that's what we have to do. We have to all work together, tribes, agencies, on preventing all that and making our communities safer and safer. And that's why I think it's so important to sit here with these great people and you to get to that point where we now have jurisdiction. We now have been a pilot. We now need the way our own tribal people understand, and we know them better than anybody. So those are kind of things that we're doing. And then, you know, third, we work real close with the Department of Justice, the BIA, U.S. Attorney's Office. We have all these help and grants and stuff. They're out there. Just go ask. Don't be afraid to ask, because the thing you're doing is protecting your people. So with that, I turn it over to you, Bob.
Thank you, Chairman. That was really moving and important words that you shared with us. And when we talked yesterday, I was struck by how you were telling me about the way that you've cooperated and deal with other sovereigns in your jurisdiction to protect your people. And it's quite impressive to me. And also quite impressive is Chairwoman Gobin and how the Tulalip tribes, along with Pascua Yaqui, have been a leader in VAWA implementation, being one of the pilot tribes from 2013, and also a leader in pressing for the VAWA Reauthorization Act of 2022. And so I'm wondering if you can talk about both of those issues and what it's meant to Indian country from your perspective.
Thank you. Hashudabitsi, good morning. Shehelalos Sidsda, Shehelos is my traditional name. Tulalip was one of the first courts to exercise a special domestic violence criminal justice jurisdiction under VAWA 2013. And in the first year, we made 15 arrests. And however, one of the things that we noticed that was half of those cases involving the non-natives included crimes against our children. And they were not covered by VAWA 2013. The state and the federal government had jurisdiction over those crimes, and only one was prosecuted, and that was by the feds. So only one child saw justice, and it was a pretty horrific case that was brought forward. So all those other children never got to see justice for what happened to them. And that, breaks our heart that that happened to all of those kids. We use this data along with other data that we had showing the importance to extend the protections to Native American victims of sexual violence, stalking, trafficking, and child abuse. And the VAWA Reauthorization Act of 2022 was a huge win for our public safety in our community, along with other tribal communities, especially for our women and children. But VAWA 22 was an important second step. Now we're looking to build on that momentum and do more. And when we think about our tribes took this initiative early on, and we have court systems that handle it. It's a learning curve. We've been working on this hard. But what about all the tribes that don't have this? And all the children and the women that are not seeing justice for the crimes that have happened. And the state or federal government are not picking up those cases. It breaks our heart to see that, but that's something that we need to work on together as tribes throughout the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Let me pick up on that point. We've talked about the importance of apprehending and holding the perpetrators responsible for their actions, but, and I'm going to start with Associate AG Gupta and then go back to Chairwoman Gobin. What about the tribal victims, the actual victim and the families and the harm to the community? How can we better support those victims through our laws and institutions?
So there is a lot that we have learned over the last many years, including from some of these horrific stories, the under-enforcement of our laws, the under-protections, the lack of sensitivity, cultural sensitivity, linguistic sensitivity with tribal communities and victims. And the Justice Department has taken so much of that learning, and so much of it has come from all of you, and we are going to continue to hear from you, listen to you, learn from you how we may better serve victims in your communities as we put together an array of things to better support. One of the things that we've done that the chairman alluded to is the grants. We do have a lot of grants now that are dedicated for tribal communities. And Just this past year, our Office for Victims of Crime gave out 169 grants, about $116 million to close to 200 tribal and Alaska Native villages for all kinds of victim services and supports. It was to pay for the salaries of victim advocates, to support civil legal assistance for victims, to make sure that victims who needed emergency grocery and housing funds could access it and use federal funds to support this. We've been providing this funding to support greater culturally specific, linguistically appropriate victim services. So our grants are a really important way that we can support tribal-led, tribal-informed strategies to better support victims. And as you said, Chair, and I would welcome your help and all of your help to make sure that the word gets out about how we do our grants, how your communities can access them, and the like. We also just last month put out a revised guidelines for victim and witness assistance, really to make sure this is the first time since that we've been putting this guidance out. The last time we revised it was 10 years ago, but the first time that we have a specific section on how to best support victims in Native communities. And it has been informed by, as I said, all that you have told us over the years, but it includes things like additional privacy protections for child witnesses, best interview tactics for children who have been suffering abuse and the like. I know the Attorney General mentioned this new position that we have instituted that, like Secretary Mayorkas was talking about for DHS, is going to keep us honest and accountable. It's a new position to serve as our Native American liaison with our 94 U.S. Attorney's offices. And I know that that liaison is going to be doing extensive outreach, but to make sure, again, that we are able to best support what you need. And then I just want to end on what I thought was a really inspiring meeting in Alaska that happened in September, where as part of our effort to implement the 2022 reauthorization of VAWA, and I'm sure you've given a lot of applause for that reauthorization. We cannot lift our hands enough to say how important that legislation is. But there was over 600 people at this meeting in Alaska, about 55 tribal leaders who were giving us all kinds of testimonials, information, criticisms where they were deserved about how we can do better to ensure the full implementation, to make sure that we had culturally aware approaches and that we were seeking recommendations about how we can better get out our tribal funds program, how we can make sure that we are employing the right tactics to provide for the safety of Native women against sexual assault, sex trafficking, and all the array of abuses and domestic violence that VAWA is really aimed at targeting. My hope is that we will continue this and continue that learning every day, that we forge ahead in implementing VAWA. It's an incredibly important piece of legislation.
Thank you. Chairwoman Gopin?
So thank you for all of that, because that funding does mean a lot to help us. You know, we know there's federal funding sources for the prosecutors, judges, and victim advocates, but not always all the costs for the victim and their services. The tribe is always forced to pay out-of-pocket things to keep those victims safe, such as, you know, making sure that we got them into housing, cell phones, security cameras, even fencing in their yards to keep stalkers away, or, you know, whatever it may be. We've picked up those costs. And these are prosecution costs that you don't see through the lens of a courtroom, but they are very important for the safety of that victim. And each case is different. And while some of these costs are, you know, seem insignificant, they do add up. And I think our main goal is to provide those services just so we can keep our victims safe. Because when they're getting ready for whatever it may be in court, that's when a lot of people are lost, and we want to make sure that we don't lose other people and that we're taking care of protecting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, sticking with the tribal leaders, Chairman Can you talk a little bit about Pasquayaki and its law enforcement and public safety priorities going forward here?
You know, we have been blessed that, you know, for a long time, we have worked on all these implementations of everything. That's simply put. But simply we ask, we were a pilot tribe. We have gone through the ringer, we have gone through the ropes and everything else. It's time now for full jurisdiction from the tribes to deal with these issues. And that's what we simply ask. Our courts, our lawyers, all law-trained, everything, it rivals any court in the country, any town, any city, any government. Tribes, if you really, really support all this and you want to know a little bit more, we have a gentleman sitting out here by the name of Mr. Fred Urbina. Mr. Fred Urbina is an excellent resource to help and guide you as a tribe as to where are the contacts and what can you do. We are so blessed to have our own tribal attorneys, our own tribal courts, everything, and we are now ready. We just need Congress, members of the White House staff, and everybody in the interior to start looking at tribes are ready now for full implementation and jurisdiction of its own way of life. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Chairwoman? Chairwoman, go ahead.
Okay. So are we still talking about this one, or we're jumping on to the next? Okay, because I wasn't sure if
Talk
we
about
were.
whatever you want.
Next subject. Yeah, it's so important that there needs to be an Oliphant fix. We need to get this done. We should be able to prosecute anybody who's committing crimes within the boundaries of our reservation. We are sovereign nations, and we can handle it. Okay?
Awesome. This is great, and we're actually a little bit ahead of time here, so this is going to be, we're going to have lots of time for the audience to engage with us. And, you know, I guess since we're ahead, I'm going to ask both the chairman again, the chairman and the chairwoman to talk a little bit about Castro Huerta and how it's impacted your community and what you're doing in response to that decision that gives additional jurisdiction to the court.
Oh,
Chairman, go ahead.
I was saying ladies first, but all right, she said you go ahead
You
first.
down first.
All right, you know, first, we don't agree with the Castro Huerta decision. We started out as a PL 280 tribe, and we retroceded in 1985. We took over civil and criminal jurisdictions from the state in Arizona, Pima County. So this case may not even apply to us, in our opinion. So that's how we feel. But for us to maintain control and keep our community safe, and council adopted resolutions to exercise VAWA 2022, and we authorized our prosecutor's office to operate a tribal special deputy county attorney program through an IGA. And with the county attorney, our prosecutors will bring state cases into county court as appointed deputy county attorneys. That's what we've done to exercise our sovereign right.
All right, that's awesome. Chairwoman Gobin, anything to add about Castro Huerta and your dealings with that?
We're challenged on every aspect of our lives. Every bit of sovereignty is always a challenge, and we're ready to stand up together and to make sure that we're doing the right thing for our people. That's basically where we're at on everything, so.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And now we've got some time for questions from the audience, and I see lots of hands out there. And I think, Wizzy, you're in charge of this part of the panel, so please help me out.
Absolutely, thank you.
I'd like to say some other things.
We're, again, reminding everyone that we would like to keep your comments brief as possible so we can get to as many tribal leaders as possible. Let's go over here to Chairman from White Mountain Apache.
Thank you. I was hoping that would be brought up earlier. talked to a lot of colleagues from here, and there's two things that concerns me. Number one is the Castro situation, and also the ICWA. Right now, as the leader of the White Mountain Apache tribe, I feel that our sovereign immunity is being at a continuance of being slowly taken apart. And that's why I feel that it's important to all the tribal leaders that are here that there's this word called unification. We all need to stand together holistically, meaning prayers, and also working together in terms of the legality and of thinking. And also, the main important thing is respecting each other, because at the end of the day, this is going to all affect us one way or another. Whether you be in Alaska, whether you be on my reservation, wherever you be in Indian country. And this situation here, you know, for the life of me, I keep thinking about this. You know, and it's scary. And Native tribes, I feel, is in scary times right now. We're facing, earlier we've been hearing a lot about infrastructure issues, health issues, budgetary issues. But to me, I'm of the opinion that what we're talking about right now is the whole area that could come down and hurt us. And I, for sure, as the leader of White Mountain Apache tribe, I have to stand and continue standing strong in hopes that we all, as leaders, unify and continue to move forward on this. Because trust me, this is not going away. ICWA is not going away. Especially right now. The more and more that we face, there's at every angle, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but I've been in school a long time, so, but it tells me a lot that the more and more I see things, the more and more it begins to affect our tribe. And that's why it's important that we all stick together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And Chairwoman Gobin, I want to give you a minute to say a few more things, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Okay, so I just wanted to talk briefly about a couple of our challenges. And I know that anybody who has a police force are facing the same challenges, and that's hiring and retaining our police officers. We send them to the police academy, we get them trained. It takes us almost a full year to get them trained and certified. And over the last 8 years, we're having a tough time on retaining them. And they stay with us for a while, but then the state and local agencies, they move on to their retirement plan because they have retirement benefits. We cannot compete with that. We've raised their rate of pay. We've gave them death benefits. We've tried to do what we can, but we cannot compete with that, and we need assistance. There is legislation that's pending in Congress that would authorize tribal law enforcement officers to opt in to the pension and retirement benefit plan for federal officers, extending our officers those same benefits. If this became law, this would really boost recruitment and retention of our tribal law enforcement agencies, and we hope that this would get passed in the next term in next Congress. That's one of the things. We have, I just quickly want to give you one more issue and then pass it back. The other thing we are having a challenge with is the incarceration facilities. We largely rely on contracting with the Snohomish County Jail for incarceration of our offenders, but they have no restorative justice or rehabilitation for the people there. And the county jails will are designed for short-term, but we've been having to put our people in there long-term without having any of those restorative services. And they're increasingly costing us more and more to go through like Snohomish County. Our jail bill is now up to $2 million a year just for Tulalip tribes. And recently, Washington State legislation allowed the tribes in the state to the ability to contract with the Department of Corrections for long-term jail commitments. But however, most of our commitments are shorter than that. But at least the Department of Corrections will work on having rehabilitative services so people do not, so that they don't reoffend and get back into the system. But we think that maybe together the local tribes could help get a tribal jail, that we would take care of spiritual needs and fixing our people. Our people are non-disposable, and we have to figure out a way to rehabilitate them and bring them back into our communities. So it's just one of our challenges that maybe we can work on together. So I just wanted to mention that.
Great.
Thank you. Digweedseed.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the next one. I see Chairwoman Amber Torres.
Pijayo. Pijo Wamawa, me Amber Torres, me Nania Nua Agada Katapoinabi Nua Agaigwe. So good morning, my name is Amber Torres. I'm the chairman for the Walker River Paiute Tribe in Schurz, Nevada. So I want to thank you for everything that you've done, especially you, Secretary Haaland. I know we've had victories, but we also were told this morning to tell the stories. We continue year after year to tell the same stories, but who's listening and what's being done about it? In Nevada, there's 28 tribes, and we have access to one special investigator. So if there's a sexual assault on my reservation, but there's a murder up in McDermott, who gets precedence? There's so many things that are still left to be taken care of. So the training at the local level, the access at the local level. We are not getting answers to the cases that are being submitted, waiting for even an email back that, yes, we've gotten your case, we will take your case, we will investigate it. So I am asking as a tribal leader, what can we do to help you, to help our people get the justice that they deserve? That's what I'm looking for. Our people deserve better. I'm here to collaborate, I'm here to work, and I'm here to enhance the services that we can provide, but how do we help? Pijat.
Thank you. Secretary Haaland.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman, and I absolutely hear you. I was a tribal administrator in New Mexico for one of our tribes there, and I know this issue so well. It's never enough. I feel like there's a lot of things that we're doing right now that will help. One of the things is connecting all of us, right? We've talked a lot in this summit about making sure that folks have broadband internet service. When I was in New Mexico, I was thinking, gosh, I could stand out here if I were being assaulted and pick up my phone to call someone, and I wouldn't even get a signal, right? So those are all things that we know. It's like everything's connected, and we understand that. I've had a lot of roundtables with folks across the department, career staff. In one of our education roundtables, the moderator asked, if you could wave a magic wand, what would you wish for? And it was something as simple as I would build a track for my kids to run around and practice on. Right? Some of these asks are they're fundamental things that every human being should be allotted. I can say that we're working on all these things. I can say, please keep sending your emails. Please keep asking the questions because we need to know that. I want to be as helpful as I can, and I know Weezy is here, Brian's here, Raina's here, Heidi's here. We all of the staff in my office heard your question just now, And what I can say is that we will absolutely do our best, but we understand, and I'm sorry that things aren't working faster. But thank you for caring so much, for being here, for raising the issue. I think like it's a new era now for Indian country. It doesn't mean that things happen instantaneously. It's been less than 2 years. We want to do our best, and I hope that you understand that we are working toward that.
Thank you, Secretary. All right, I think we've got time for one more question.
Yes, and I see Chief Hill in the back there.
Thank you. As you had mentioned, the Supreme Court's ruling, July 9 changed history for Muscogee Creek Nation on the McGirt ruling. It changed history for all the tribes in Oklahoma. It changed history for all indigenous tribes in the United States. There is a resolution that passed at NCAI about a month ago, 043. I encourage you to look at it. It's legislative that we feel would work. May not work for all tribes, but I believe it'll work for majority. As you all stated, we want this to empowering tribal nations to prosecute. We want to sentence bad guys. Public safety is number one. And you had stated jail agreements. Ours almost tripled. It's about $4 million a year we have to pay. Our cross debt, we have officers stopping our citizens that are putting on their ticket white. Instead of putting tribal tags, they'll put Oklahoma tag. So who's falsifying their ticket? So, we want, give us the power, empowering tribal nations to take this over. I feel that it's best for all Indian country. Again, it changed history for all indigenous tribes here in Oklahoma, not in Oklahoma, but in the United States. So we ask that, look at that resolution 043 from NCAI. Highly encourage you to get your support. Mado.
Thank you. And Chairman?
I just wanted to say, in Indian country, we're always fighting. We're always behind in everything. We understand our police are the same thing. We can't compete with the wages out there. And it doesn't matter if it's a doctor, a nurse, or a staff member of our hospitals. As soon as they get that package out there in the city of Tucson or Phoenix area, there is no way we can retain. So we need help. We need help in all these areas. We're far behind in a lot of things. But, there's always hope. And the hope is sitting up here trying to work on these things. We don't have an answer for everything. But other than, like I told you, we have our own attorneys like Fred. We also have agencies like Tricia Tingle that sometimes has alternative funding for a lot of things under Tuahi. And Tuahi needs to be looked at real good for full funding, because that could be all those little things that slip through the cracks to get you there and get the families. And that's what it means, family. Let's help the families. Let's do that. I have not given up. This is my 6th term on tribal council. And before that, I was in a neighborhood tribal council. And before that, I was, one of these kids that picked cotton and grew up earning, my first job was water boy for 75 cents the whole day. The whole day in the cotton fields in 115 degrees in Arizona. Was I any less? Are people any less? No. But we are still fighting to catch up. Let's do it together and come and bring the issues like that and solutions and work on solutions. So other than that, may the good Lord bless you. Have a great holiday. We ask our Heavenly Father for a blessing for everybody, and that you get back to your families in good health, that they be good, and that we prosper and keep fighting and keep moving forward together as tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, well, We're at the close of our time here, so we're not going to be able to take any more questions. I wanted to give Secretary Mayorkas a chance if you have any observations you want to make. I know it's not on the script, but I'm sure you have some observation to make about what we've heard here today, and then we'll close it out.
I think it just emphasizes what the secretary, what the chairperson, what everyone here has said. We have a lot of work to do. We're committed to doing it, and to doing it with you and for you, not to you. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And Attorney General Gupta?
I just want to echo everything that the chairman and chairwoman have been saying, and Secretary Mayorkas just now. We know that we have a lot of work to do. I always say that personnel is policy, and I hope you see on stage people who are deeply committed to working, learning, working to improve things where we have failures, and my only ask is to stay hopeful. The only thing that has ever made progress in this country, moving us forward, has been that people of courage, all of you leaders who are instructing us about how and what we should do better, what we should aspire to do, have been pushing for that change. And so to be able to continue to work together, to put our energy and our fight into that every day as we work in all of our communities to improve response on public safety, to make sure that we've got better access to health and education, to deal, the Justice Department was vigorously defending ICWA in the Supreme Court. We will do all that we can, but we're gonna need to do this as a partnership, and we are truly grateful that you are here in this meeting showing your commitment as we hear from you about what more we need to do, so thank you.
Great. Well, I want to thank all the panelists and, of course, Secretary Haaland. Your leadership is tremendous. And I want to thank the audience. And we all know that nothing good in D.C. ever happens without the tribes pushing hard for it. We appreciate your advocacy. And, at the department, it's never been better under Secretary Haaland's leadership. And so we all need to take advantage of that. I wish you all the best for the rest of the conference, and thank you all very much.
At this time, we will proceed to lunch for tribal leaders provided in the Bison Bistro. We will have a performance by Ozzy Kaidaruk. Please make your way to the bistro at this time. We will reconvene the program at 1:10 p.m. for a fireside chat on veterans. Mic test, mic test. Before I say anything, I'm gonna say some things. Mic test, mic test. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats at this time. Please welcome to the stage for a conversation on veterans, President Jonathan Nez of the Navajo Nation and Secretary Dennis McDonough from the United States Department of Veterans Affairs.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. What an honor it is to be here with you today. It was great to catch up with so many great friends downstairs, friends who I've just been reacquainted with after too long of the pandemic, so it's great to be with one another in person, so thank you so much. Before I go any longer, I want to say that I'm honored to join each of you on the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Anacostan and Piscataway people. Indeed, as I always say, all of this country is tribal land where we live and where we work. I am honored to be here with a great leader, somebody who has contributed greatly to the Navajo Nation and to the United States of America, and to veterans. We had a great visit in Gallup, New Mexico, just a couple of months ago together. President Jonathan Nez of the Navajo Nation. Most recently on Veterans Day, I was down here in Washington on the National Mall to unveil the National Memorial to the Native American veterans. Very moving day. Tell me what that memorial means to the Navajo Nation, to Indian country, to you personally.
Well, thank you, Secretary, and good afternoon to all the tribal leaders, and thank you to President Biden and Vice President Harris for allowing me to be part of this discussion. First of all, I'd like to begin by thanking you for your remarks during the dedication of the National Native American Veterans Memorial. As we know, there are many memorials in Washington, D.C., such as the 3 servicemen statue, and evidently missing from the memorial is a Native American veteran.
Yeah.
This is the first Veterans Memorial that recognizes and honors the service and sacrifices of Native Americans, veterans. American Indians, as we all know, and Alaska Natives serve 5 times the national average in the armed forces and have distinguished themselves in every major conflict for over 2 centuries. Tribes continue to honor our treaties, and our Native veterans have defended and expanded our democracy. This memorial honors our brave Native American veterans and service members who have courageously served and continue to serve in the armed forces, from our brave Navajo code talkers to those in active duty. The Navajo Nation in particular have a unique place in history and have demonstrated patriotism to our homeland. In a sense, our people are the original Cold War warriors because the resources needed to build the country's nuclear arsenal was mined from the Navajo Nation by our Navajo people. The protection and advancement of American infrastructure has frequently come at a great cost to indigenous peoples, to include sacrificing our land, natural resources, labor, and even our lives. The memorial is the first step in recognizing and honoring the service and sacrifices of Native Americans. And we are hopeful that these efforts will not stop here. And a question to you, Secretary McDonough. With the passage of the PACT Act, what resources should Native American veterans know about to increase their access to VA healthcare and benefits?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. So the President Biden signed into law on August 10th the largest expansion of VA healthcare and VA benefits in at least a generation, if not ever, when he signed the PACT Act. You know, when I heard you talking about the storied history of Native American vets, I was thinking of an amazing warrior, Dwight Birdwell, who is just the recipient of the Medal of Honor from President Biden. And many of our Vietnam vets never felt welcomed at VA. Many of our Native vets of all eras have not felt welcomed at VA. And we are determined to use these expanded benefits to ensure that our Native veterans know that VA is here for them. So if you are a Vietnam-era veteran who suffers from hypertension and were exposed to Agent Orange, you have new opportunities in this law. If you served in Central Command, that big swath of land from Somalia in the southwest to Uzbekistan in the northeast and all those places in between, including Iraq and Afghanistan, between 1991 and 2021, there are new opportunities for you to get coverage and benefits. So the first thing I urge you to do is visit us at va.gov/PACT. That's PACT, va.gov/PACT, or call us at 1-800 MyVA411, and we'll get you going in the process of getting your claim filed. First thing. Second thing is we are having benefits clinics all over the country, including in Indian country, where we sit down with you to work through your claims. You'll hear more from Dr. Elnahal in just a couple of minutes, but we are prioritizing veterans in rural settings, as so many of you and your tribal members, your tribal brothers and sisters are. So we'll make sure that we are coming to you to ensure that you are getting your opportunity to file your claims. In FY22, we hosted 17 such claims clinics and served more than 350 tribal veterans in rural communities, and we plan to host several more in the coming year. That's the last thing I want to say about the PACT Act. Please come visit us. Please call us. Please join us in one of the claims clinics. Please get in touch with your veteran service organizations, including your tribal VSO. Because another critical way that President Biden is insisting that we make VA a partner for all veterans, including our amazing Native American veterans, is through what we call the Tribal Representation Expansion Project, which we established to ensure that our Native American veterans and their families have access to responsible, qualified representatives who help prepare and present their benefit claims to VA. In May of this year, when I was last with the President, the Navajo Nation became the first VA-recognized veteran service organization. And we are thrilled about the work that we're doing together and thrilled about the opportunity to do more work with other tribes in your VSOs. Thank you. So, Mr. President, maybe you could tell us a little bit more about the Navajo Nation's participation in the Tribal Representation Project as the first VSO, tribal VSO at the Navajo Nation. What has it meant for the nation? What is any lessons learned for other tribes? Anything that I can straighten out that we're screwing up?
Well, thank you. Again, thank you for meeting with Native and Navajo veterans in Gallup on June 28th of this year, where we announced the Tribal Representation Expansion Project, TREP. Since the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration was accredited for TREP, 982 claims have been processed, and some of those veterans are receiving increases in their compensation. A few examples. One of our Vietnam veterans' compensation increased from 30% to 80%.
Awesome.
And received $32,000 in back pay. I'm not done yet. Another Vietnam veteran went from 0% to 80%. In Iraq, Afghanistan veteran went from 0% to 60%.
Great.
And here's another startling or a really interesting statistic. We also are seeing an increase in compensation ratings for services-connected disabilities for victims of military sexual trauma.
Good. Good.
With staff across the Navajo Nation, our veterans no longer need to travel long distances to be able to file claims, nor do they need to wait for a federal claims event to come near them.
Great.
We are able to provide them with real-time updates on the status of their claims. The Advisory Committee on Tribal and Indian Affairs is finalizing the report. Included are the lessons learned.
Great.
We anticipate them submitting to you their first annual report very shortly with recommendations to improve the program. Navajo has been working with a few local tribes in Arizona to put together their application for this program.
Great.
And if you haven't already, you should start seeing new applications soon.
Good.
Question for you, Secretary. Native American veterans face homelessness at disproportionately high rates, often due to inaccessible support needed to end their homelessness. What is the VA doing to address this issue?
Yeah, thanks so much. It's a heartbreaking issue, and it's a major priority for the president, which is why, as we, along with Secretary Holland, we're preparing for the summit this year. The president made clear that he expected us to come forward with new programming, a new initiative, specifically to address Native American veteran homelessness. So we're announcing today, in conjunction with our interagency partners, a new program. It recognizes the urban Indian community. We obviously are aware that 70% of Native people now reside in urban areas. Given those numbers, VA, along with HHS and HUD, through our White House Committee on Native American Affairs, the Health Subcommittee, we are announcing an interagency initiative to increase access to care and services for American Indian and Alaska Native veterans experiencing or at risk of homelessness in urban areas. Now, I'm going to give you the top lines, but Dr. Elnahal is going to talk to you in depth about this in the next session. But the initiative will involve enhanced partnerships with 41 urban Indian organizations and will focus on intake and referral services to ensure that Native veterans are aware of and have access to resources already set aside for them. We expect this enhanced partnership could rapidly expand to include tribal health programs and the Indian Health Service in this effort to align federal homelessness resources to effectively and compassionately address our Native veterans who are experiencing homelessness as a manifestation of health disparity. This effort should offer significant relief to communities like Gallup, New Mexico, where we were jointly, as you just said, visiting this summer, and Oklahoma City, where I was just last week and co-facilitated a tribal leaders meeting, roundtable with Chickasaw Nation Governor Watanabe just before last week's Thanksgiving holiday. In each of those stops, I've seen up close this challenge of homelessness and worked very closely with tribal leaders like Governor Watanabe and President Nez to make sure that this new initiative is informed by tribal awareness, tribal experience, and tribal needs. So, Mr. President, last question. What veterans-related initiatives have been most useful or been most exciting for you in the last year? What are some of the things that we can do a better job of going forward in serving Native American vets? Because again, President Biden said to me, your job is to fight like hell for vets. He didn't say fight like hell for some vets. He said fight like hell for all vets. And that includes our brave Native American vets.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I think we all appreciate the establishment of the VA Advisory Committee on Tribal and Indian Affairs. That's a big deal with leaders from tribal nations across the country participating as part of that body. that committee. We see great things getting ready to happen for the VA. Some of those members are here in DC this week.
I just got pulled aside and kind of put to work by 3 of them downstairs, so. You all know Chief Bill, he doesn't take a lot of crap, so.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, Chief Bill, yeah, Nick Lewis. Locally, we are excited about our own veterans housing program, as
Great.
Was mentioned about helping our veterans get into homes. We use our own Navajo Nation dollars to help build homes on the Navajo Nation. And for those that live off the nation, we use federal programs. Section 184 program, where it was mentioned earlier by the HUD Secretary. And we're building homes for our Navajo veterans. The Navajo Nation is looking forward to the improvements with the Native American Direct Loan Program. That would allow us to better assist our veterans back home with new housing. We would like to see continued efforts to improving our veterans' housing situations and them migrate into employment assistance and retraining. So we are making significant strides for our Native American veterans with the partnership with the USVA. The other to note is that we also, especially with the new Congress coming in, advocating there in Congress. Of course, we all know that happens continuously with new leaders getting into Congress. You know, this past September on the Navajo Nation, Chairman Takano of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs visited the Navajo Nation and committed to help with the IHS, the VA joint initiative at the Gallup Indian Medical Center, a new healthcare facility to be built. Secretary, as you know, the VA reimbursement includes direct care service provided in the medical benefits package available to veterans, including inpatient hospital, outpatient hospital and clinic, ambulatory, surgical, and outpatient pharmacy services. The IHS reimbursement agreement serves as a template for the VA to enter similar partnerships with other facilities owned and operated by tribes. Tribal health programs that are interested in establishing a reimbursement agreement with VA can learn more about initiation and implementation, eligibility and enrollment verification, and submitting claims at the VA. The Navajo Nation supports the expansion of the IHS, the THP reimbursement agreement program to include PRC and contract travel costs. We urge the VA to provide the greatest flexibility possible for tribal health providers and to reduce burdensome reporting requirements. We also recommend that all IHS facilities have a veterans enrollment specialist on site to ensure that our members are added to VA's system of patient enrollment as required by law. And again, I just want to thank you, Secretary, for your leadership and being a part of those discussions with our Native American veterans, and especially being the president of the Navajo Nation, our Navajo veterans.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Well, Mr. President, thank you, and I thank everybody in the audience, as the President did it in his opening comments, want to underscore my deep admiration for the unrivaled commitment to the defense of this country by Native American veterans. Senator Sullivan on the mall at the commemoration of the National Memorial called it special patriotism, people who put their lives on the line to protect rights for people like me, oftentimes when they themselves were not guaranteed those same rights. It is an amazing sacrifice. And it's now, you you and your veterans having gotten our back, it's now our time to get theirs. So it's an honor to be up here with you. It's an honor to work together. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to be with you. Hey, Jonathan, Mr. President, we got a couple of questions. I told you, just like I said downstairs, he doesn't take any crap, so he's got a question.
First of all, I want to praise Jonathan Ness and the Navajo Nation for doing what they're doing. They're creating a TREP. But I want you to don't forget about the TVR, Tribal Veterans Representatives.
Yes.
Because this is a program where nieces, grandchildren, and everything else are dragging the veterans back to the VA. As a TVR, you can only bring it up to so far, and that's where you need the service officers. Navajo Nation has created a place where they can start taking their veterans and helping them get past those glass doors that we have right now at the VA. In Alaska, and that's where I'm from, they open their doors every other day for the veterans to come. That's a roadblock. They say it's because it's a hospital. I tell them to put a trailer out in the parking lot so the veterans does not have another barrier to get to a service officer, because we're losing quite a few of them with COVID that went through. But by creating the TREPs, and there's also one in Alaska, Stephanie's around here somewhere. I don't know if
She's right in front of you.
did he get his recognition?
Not yet. Not yet.
One in Alaska is followed, and I'm the second one that's trying to do all paperwork. So we got to streamline it and continue education to become a service officer to help our veterans through the whole process, because we thought we had help when we fought in Vietnam, we thought we had when we fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, but coming home to our own VA, we should have to fight this battle. And the only way to really assist a veteran through the system is through the service officers and help them. Thank you.
I hear you yelling, so.
And I don't mean to yell because I'm not angry. I'm just proud of what the Navajo Nation is doing. And I challenge not only every nation and tribes to do what the Navajo Nation is, I challenge my corporations in Alaska to do the same thing, so we can have a person that can take a veteran, because anyone that's been in the service, when you got out, the last thing you wanted to deal with was the VA. Last thing you wanted to deal with. It only took me 35 years to put in for mine. Now I'm a little bit older, but I tell these people, this is not a gimme program. This is everything that we have earned. Because when we first did it, we signed our name on a piece of paper that said, up to death. And you said you would take care of us through the deals. And with the behavioral health, they tell me I have, they try to tell me I had post-traumatic stress disorder, but Buck says put in for fear of hostile military forces. That means when you're on the front lines and someone's shooting at you, and you're shooting back, and you see the bodies in the deal, you're a changed person. Today, I'm going on 70 years old. Today, I'm 19 years old, sometimes still back in Vietnam. I survived, and a lot of them, my brothers didn't because of Agent Orange and deals. So I appreciate what you're doing, and when you come and talk to the veterans and talk to deals, this is what we need. We need to work back and forth. Like I say, tear down our towers between the VA and the Indian Health Service and work together to help our military vets. In Alaska, we help all our vets, okay? And the other thing that we really need to look at too is I was on a town hall meeting. Tom was supposed to be there. It was 6 o'clock in Alaska, so I had to stay up to 10 o'clock to get on this phone call. And one of the issues they brought up with is when you have purchase referred care and the patient goes out to a civilian doctor and he gets checked, and then he has an x-ray or an MRI, and the radiologist doesn't get paid because it didn't go back to the VA to get another one. It'd be streamlined in it If you sent a veteran to a hospital to see a doctor that's off the military posts, everything that doctor prescribes is the same thing that your VA doctor would do. The reason I'm saying this is because the gentleman that said this is I am in collections. The same thing with the copay. We have people that's in collections that's ruining their health care. So even if you do get a loan, you got a bad mark against you. And the VA said that they would straighten that out by making sure, since they're kind of late on really implementing the copay issue, that they'll take care of it. So hopefully it will, and hopefully the same thing with purchase referred care, that the patient does not get to put in collections.
These guys are circling you there like the North Vietnamese. So we'll go one more question.
I got one comment to make for the Secretary. Joseph Rupnick, I'm chairman for Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation. I'm a service-connected vet, lifetime member of VFW, DAV. And we were just talking about this PACT Act, and I know that the PACT Act was first passed earlier this year, and it was supposed to be implemented in October. When I called up to the HRC to try and get those charges reversed, nobody has any guidance on how that's supposed to be done or what they're supposed to do. So that's all those service areas. I go to my care at Vision 15, which is a heartland district. Nobody knows how they're supposed to do that or what they're supposed to do. So that was just a quick comment. If we're going to do that, we need to make sure that we've got folks that understand what's supposed to happen.
Count on that. Thank you. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Chief, we'll make sure we keep following up with you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And to all our Native American veterans that are here and that are out there, thank you for your service. We have honored that sacred agreement, as I mentioned, that treaty, since we put our signature on that document. And many broken promises, right, from the United States government, but we see some light at the end of the tunnel. We appreciate the Secretary and the administration for, honoring our Native American warriors. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Please welcome to the stage for a conversation on Indigenous knowledge, Chairman Mike Wiggins of the Bad River Tribe, Chair Brenda Mallory from the White House Council on Environmental Quality, Director Dr. Arthi Prabhakar from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy.
Well, greetings, everybody. My name is Mike Wiggins, Jr. My Anishinaabe spirit name is Makade Makwa. I'm serving as tribal chairman of the Bad River Band, Lake Superior, Chippewa. My spirit name, Makade Makwa, translates in English to black bear, and it's an honor to be here today. We're here to have a discussion about Indigenous knowledge, and more specifically, the Indigenous knowledge guidance that the Council on Environmental Quality and the Office of Science and Technology Policy, that the guidance they have developed and the work they've done to look at how to incorporate Indigenous knowledge into some of the policies, the federal work that needs to be done on behalf of the tribes and America as a whole. I want to say that indigenous knowledge, as many of you know, is a beautiful, unique bundle of things driven from spirit, from ceremony, from practicality and knowledge of lands and plants and places. It includes star knowledge. It essentially comprises that bundle of teachings and stories that have been passed down from time immemorial that help us survive on this place, on this planet, that help us interact and understand our relationships with our lands and our waters. And all of us as sovereign tribes come from different areas, and there's beautiful stories that are unique to where you're from. And as we move forward in a context of climate change, in a context of trying to chart a path forward, some of our traditional ecological knowledge, our indigenous knowledge is going to be critical to help, in my opinion, help teach America how to move forward sustainably. And so we want to talk about some of the initiatives that have been put forward by the President. And so I have two distinguished panelists with me today. Chairwoman Mallory is the 12th chair of the Council on Environmental Quality, and she is the first African American to serve in this position. Chairwoman Mallory, if you'd please give her a round of applause. And Dr. Arati Prabhakar serves as Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy and as Assistant to the President for Science and Technology. Please give our other panelists a round of applause. So having been through in my homeland and in my, over the time of my 12 years as chairman, having been through environmental protection battles with mining companies, we're currently engaged in a litigation dispute with an oil company. And then on the other end of the spectrum, trying to reinitiate and reinstitute 1,000-year-old food systems and pushing food sovereignty and those relationships with plants and animals in our home. Indigenous knowledge, serves as that foundation. It reminds us about our seventh generation responsibilities, and how the decisions we make today, how they're going to ripple out and impact that future generation going forward 7 generations. It becomes a compass that gives us that 1,000-year-old memory and also helps us with that 1,000-year vision. And I know many of you as tribal leaders, it's really about those future generations. It's about nation building, and there's a lot to talk about. So I want to get into my first question here for Dr. Prabhakar. The President announced his Indigenous Knowledge Initiative at last year's summit, and today OSTP and CEQ are releasing new guidance. Can you please describe what this new Indigenous Knowledge Guidance is and how it was developed and what it intends to do?
Thank you, Mike. And first, I just want to say how pleased I am to be here with you and my colleague, Brenda Mallory. I'm the newbie here. I just started in the White House at the Office of Science and Technology Policy a few weeks ago. And our organization works for the President. Our job is to care about every part of federal research and development, including research grants. And our job is to care about how evidence is used in every part of the federal government. And so when I came in the door, this topic that we're talking about today is not one that was part of my experience or expertise, but it was one that I was immediately excited to learn that we were so engaged on, because I think the potential here is enormous. And Mike, I thought your summary of what Indigenous knowledge is was really, really beautiful. But to me, it's such a powerful idea that this knowledge that has been arduously gained across millennia by people who live in the world and see the world and understand the world so richly, the idea that we can respect it and that we can value it just seemed really full of potential. And so, as Mike said, just today, our two offices have just now released the work on indigenous knowledge that's been going on. President Biden kicked this effort off a year ago at this summit by announcing talking about the importance of indigenous knowledge and then tasking us to go forth and figure out how to build the guidance so that it could actually start becoming woven into and become part of so many of the activities across federal government. And so what has happened since that time, a lot of work has happened. It started with a memorandum between our two offices. And the way these processes work, and the reason that they ultimately work, is not because we sit in our offices, in the Eisenhower Executive Office Building. They work because of the engagement that we have across government and with all the communities that are affected and from whom we can draw. And so in this particular case, that meant working with 25 different representatives of different parts of federal government. And I'll just note that many of the people who were involved in those projects were from tribal nations and indigenous peoples, which I think actually really enriched the effort. I know many of them are here today. Thank you very much for that partnership with us. But it also meant listening to, reaching out, having roundtables, deliberately engaging with hundreds of tribal nations, 100 different tribal nations, and hearing from over 1,000 individuals and organizations. And that's all the information that came together. Super important that we were able to hear from so many different people in this process. And I think that's really why it has resulted in what we hope will be a very significant first step in the federal government's shift in thinking about indigenous knowledge. So when you look at the report, what you'll see is some key things that are in it. One is about, first, the whole thing here starts with building this relationship with the tribal nations, because that's what we need if we're going to really understand indigenous knowledge properly. So it's about building those relationships. Secondly, it's about applying indigenous knowledge in federal research and policies and decision-making, everything from how endangered species are approached to how research grants are allocated to major efforts like the National Climate Assessment. So a very wide range of different applications. And then finally, to share promising practices, because we have some great stories about where things have worked. And building on that, I think, is going to be a place that we can really flourish. So we're just very pleased to be able to get this effort started. I think you heard from President Biden directly yesterday that in this conversation at the summit, that indigenous knowledge is one of the things that's integral to how we want to move forward, and I think we're off to the races now.
So as the tribes bring their, and I'm using the word bundles as just this summary of these stories, these teachings, these histories, and these specific captures of knowledge about land and water and plants and animals. As the tribes bring these things forward, can you provide examples of how federal agencies can incorporate indigenous knowledge into their work?
Well, again, I'm the new kid on the block, and I think everyone here probably knows more examples than I do. I'll just tell you a couple that really stood out to me as I've been learning about this area. My home is in Northern California, and in addition to the pandemic, over the last few years, we've been dealing with wildfires, as has much of the western United States. It affects not just that part of the country, but the whole country and actually the whole planet. And I think some of the really encouraging work has been the Karuk and other tribes in northwestern California who've been working closely now with the U.S. Forest Service so that we can start learning how to manage fires better. I mean, this is a classic case of indigenous knowledge that is incredibly enriching in this really hard problem. So I think they're learning from restoration strategies, they're learning about how to have drought-tolerant vegetation, and learning how to do the controlled use of fire to manage. And that was one that really hit home for me. And a different example, I think, that gets to the Endangered Species Act and that side of it, the Cowlitz tribe was instrumental in getting protections for Eulachon fish. because of the long, deep knowledge that they were able to bring as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration was trying to understand what was going on there. And so I think this is a case where, as I understand it, that we were able to use the Endangered Species Act and actually make some progress now in promoting the recovery of that species.
Chair Mallory from the Council on Environmental Quality, now that the guidance is out, how do you or how does your agency go about ensuring that the federal government implements it?
Well, first of all, I'm just so pleased to be here and have a chance to speak to this room full of people who, as Arthi was saying, are experts in this area, and that we are pleased to be able to partner with you all on this issue. I think one of the things that anyone who's worked with the federal government knows is that the first stage, and almost the easiest stage, and it's not easy, is the identification of what it should be a framework or a policy goal that we should work with. And then you have to have that implemented through every agency. And one of the keys here is that each agency has a different set of kind of mission goals. They have different tasks that they have to do in order to meet their challenge and their mission to the American people. And the question that we're sort of challenging them with is, how do you incorporate within that work that you're doing the indigenous knowledge that we are identifying as an important feature that we want to make sure is part of everything that the federal government is doing. And so we've set up a follow-on to the original kind of group of 25 who put together the guidance. We're going to have a follow-on group that will work together to really see how people move forward to develop the strategies that will be designed to implement the goals. And with the idea that within a mid-year, 6-month period, that the agencies will come back together and share what they've done and what steps they've been able to take over that period to sort of take the idea and the concepts and make them real within their respective agencies. So it's, we will continue to have an ongoing process with the agencies, and the agencies obviously will also continue to work in partnership with you all.
Are there, this might be a little early, but are there any examples of how agencies are embedding this work into their policies and manuals?
So there's a couple of things that are, happening in some ways in real time as we are putting out our guidance. NOAA, the National Oceanic something Administration, NOAA is also putting out similar guidance that is basically leverages off of what our broad guidance does and applies it to their specific programs. NOAA is one of the entities that I think had ongoing relationships in a number of different regions of the country with tribes in terms of working on and partnering around understanding the ecosystem that they're responsible for. And so they knew places that they could go to sort of jumpstart this work, and putting out the guidance is the first step. In addition, I think they also have, DOI also has some instituting guidance that they are putting out within their programs so that each bureau is directed to basically take steps to support the kind of collaborative engagement that we know is essential to make sure that we are actually adopting the indigenous knowledge in the way that we want and the way that we know will work. The Advisory Council on Historic Preservation is also another entity that is developing a policy regarding the role of indigenous knowledge in historic preservation activities. So those are some of the examples of things that are underway, but I think they give some insight into the way in which we see individual agencies taking our guidance and sort of taking it to the next step. But I will say just as a backdrop, over the course of the last year in this administration in particular, we've had other examples of indigenous knowledge being recognized in the actions that have been taken. The president, recently designated a national monument at Camp Hale, and as part of that, directed the Department of Agriculture to kind of work with the relevant indigenous tribes to assess the kind of management that would make sense for that area. About a year or so ago, when the president restored the Bears Ears National Monument, as part of that, he reestablished a group that had been set up in the original proclamation for tribes to play a meaningful role in the management of that in recognition of indigenous knowledge among that. So there have already been steps that have been taken by the president and in this administration, and we just see this as being kind of a nice leap forward.
Yeah, I think the possibility of braiding up our tribes and their treaty rights and their visions for the future and that indigenous knowledge, along with the federal government's ability to help protect and preserve, could be a really important thing to withstand some of the challenges of climate change, the arrival of climate change refugees and things like that. We have a lot to offer each other in that regard. So, my last question, Chair Mallory, is that when I think of the importance of what our elders hold and the sacredness of how all those indigenous knowledge foundations kind of came to be, a lot of that through vision, ceremony, and other. How is the federal government going to ensure it is using our indigenous knowledge with our consent in protecting sensitive tribal information?
Yeah, and that's a really important question, and one of the issues that I would say that came through loud and clear through the consultations that we had with tribes, and also just as part of the work that folks who've been working in this area shared, and that is a recognition that we, in partnership with the indigenous people, will work to identify when it's appropriate and whether it's appropriate to kind of use and how we use it. And I think one of the things that we recognize is that even among different indigenous peoples, there may be different views about whether or not some aspect should be protected or not. And so we have to be in constant communication, I think, with folks to understand, like, when we are sort of drifting into areas where there's that kind of sensitivity, to determine the best way to move forward. And I think that ongoing conversation also has to reflect a sharing by the federal government about, what are some of the limitations it has on things that are in our possession. So, for example, our ability to protect some things will change because of the Freedom of Information Act. There may be things that we are not able to protect to the extent that people would want, and that should be an honest part of the conversation so that people understand to the extent that we are taking something in, what limits there are if we think that there are some risks.
Thank you. And so I'm going to just conclude our panel and just say a couple of things that, our indigenous knowledge bundle back in my reservation and in my tribe, Bad River Band, Lake Superior, Chippewa, the teaching from our elders have allowed the landscape and our surface waters and groundwaters. It's allowed our entire region, our watershed region, as it dovetails into what is Lake Superior. It's allowed it to light up in hologram form, looking through the earth at volcanic lava tubes to the center of the earth, recognizing a metallic mineral body that's conducting groundwater above us and how that flows on through, how it impacts our drinking water. The teachings from our elders have allowed all of that stuff to finally lock and click. And so what becomes important then is that all of those teachings gear us for survivability. It sets that course for the reality that we intend to be around another 1,000 years on this place. And so when metallic mineral mining companies show up and they got short-term profit and short-term economic development in their bundle, we say, that's our groundwater recharge zone. No, you're not going to destroy that area. When it comes time to try to rehabilitate wild rice, we go back to bundling the way we did hundreds and hundreds of years ago, because we know that the storms and the things that are coming with climate change are even more intense. And all of a sudden, those old practices of bundling wild rice give the rice, that coming together and that resiliency to withstand some of those big storm events. All of these things are geared towards us taking care of our place, our home. They're geared towards those deep earthen base tones of what we need to survive on Mother Earth and to take care of this place for future generations. And so it's going to be good work for the tribes to get their bundles together, to get their indigenous knowledge packet, so to speak, together for these agencies. And it's going to be incumbent and absolutely imperative that the agencies recognize, understand, take into account what we're trying to say, because things are going to change and they're going to get harder environmentally, they're going to get harder for all of us. And we've been here a long time. We plan on being here for a lot longer time, and we're trying to help. I really truly believe that the work that you as tribal leaders do, it's nation building, it's good work, and I believe America has a lot to learn from all of you. And so I'll conclude my remarks and just say thank you very much. It's been an honor to sit alongside these two and to share a few moments with you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Vice Chairman Louis Whipple of the Round Valley Indian Tribes.
Hear me? All right. Good afternoon. My name is Louis Whipple. I'm the Vice President of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, located in Pueblo, California. The Round Valley Indian Tribes is united and made up of 7 different tribes, one of which is the Nomalaki people. And I stand here in front of you as a proud Nomalaki tribal member to introduce Nicole Mann, who is also a Wailaki tribal person, the first woman, or Native American woman, to go into outer space. Nicole Mann is not she is the first, but not the last Native American woman to go into space, right? Okay.
Greetings from the International Space Station. I am NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, orbiting 260-mile planet. Thank you for inviting me to participate in the White House Tribal Nations. I want to thank leaders for all of their work engaging in this nation-to-nation dialogue on critical issues. I am a member of the Round Valley Tribes, and I'm proud to represent Native space. I may be the first Native woman in space, certainly will not be the last. NASA explores the unknown in air and space innovations for the benefit of humanity and inspires the world through discovery. We are keeping busy here on station, doing our part to make that vision a reality. We have over 200 experiments in our time here, including technology demonstrations, investigations, and research. We'll upgrade the solar arrays that power the ISS and perform maintenance on space side of the station, and work with one of my favorites, the Biofabrication Lab, to print 3D human. NASA works with a lot of tribes on a wide projects, like the Seminoles and the Miccosukee tribes, that are carbon emissions from the Everglades. Nation in the development of a drought severity. Now, I would like to answer the White House Tribal Nations Summit. The first question, can you please tell us about American heritage? Has it impacted your approach to work in the Marine Corps and at NASA, especially on the space station? My heritage is Round Valley, which are located in Covelo in Northern California. I was born and grew up about 2.5 hours, and I have a large extended family that still live in that area. About my heritage, I think about the generation prior to me, who worked so hard to overcome challenges and barriers in their life. I come from a long line of strong-willed and resilient women. These traits down for generations, and my mother instilled them in me. It is with great determination and resilience that I approach all, and as a NASA astronaut on board the International Station. Next question, how do we inspire the nation to pursue careers in STEM, including the aerospace? I think it's all about exposure. First, informing children of the amazing accomplishments and ongoing industries such as aerospace. Then, opportunities to education in STEM. I think it's important to communicate and share our personal stories to hopefully inspire the next generation. I think a child needs to vision their own path to achieving their dreams and to help them move forward confidently. NASA, we have a ton of opportunities for engagement, internships, and student launch competitions, and more. We would not be able to accomplish without all of you back on Earth. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to inspire the next generation of explorers and to help in protecting our planet. Thank you. Goodbye.
Please welcome Secretary Raimundo from the United States Department of Commerce for video remarks.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor to participate in this year's White House Tribal Nations Summit. Secretary, I want to acknowledge that the Commerce Department recognizes sovereignty and self-governance. And I want to highlight our entire department's commitment to ensuring that tribal communities have the resources they need for economic growth. That commitment starts with high-speed internet. For too long, tribal communities have been cut off from the benefits of reliable, affordable internet connection. But that's changing. Through the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program, we've awarded over $1.5 billion to more than 100 tribal entities to expand high-speed internet network deployment and digital skills training. Grants underscore the Biden administration's unprecedented commitment to closing the digital divide in Native communities. I'm also pleased to announce that the Commerce Department is signing on to the Joint Secretarial Order committing to tribal co-stewardship of federal lands and waters. It's going to ensure that our department, through NOAA, is furthering co-stewardship in the management of waters, fisheries, and other resources of significant value to Indian tribes. I'm also thrilled the Commerce Department has brought on Sean DeShane to serve as our Director of the Office of Native American Business Development within the Office of Secretary, a position that had been vacant for more than a decade. The office is elevating our department's work in Indian country and aligning our efforts with President Biden's strong agenda for tribal nations. Our department's commitment to tribal communities doesn't end there. Our bureaus are working on multiple fronts to connect tribes to funding for long-term economic development. Our goal is to serve as many tribal nations as possible with the funding we have. We look forward to working with the tribes, industry, and across governments to create the conditions to foster economic growth in tribal jurisdictions. Together, we will bring opportunity to our tribal communities and ensure that tribal businesses and work are equipped for success. A healthy and successful country is at the heart of a prosperous American economy. Thank you.
We will now proceed to engagement sessions with the White House Council on Native American Affairs in the Bison Bistro. Secretary Holland will offer remarks at the conclusion of the summit. Please make your way to the Bison Bistro at this time.